Girl Flaunt It by Tyler Walker.
Are you ready for some rock star drama?
Let me set the stage by saying it's hotter than a front row seat at a summer concert.
Hugo might think he's calling the shots, but Becca's about to show him who's really running this show.
Trust me, this story's got more heat than a record-pressing machine.
Now, if you're wondering where to get all the juicy details that YouTube's too shy to show, slide on over to tylerwalker.com.
Use code SAVE40 for 40% off, because Miss Tyler loves a good discount almost as much as a good spicy scene.
Hit that subscribe button to help us continue to bring free, full romances right to your ears.
You're listening to Tyler Walker's Girl Flaunt It.
Chapter 1. Hugo. My eyes are darting around my studio frantically. There's so much going on that I can't tell what I need to put my focus toward. The phones are ringing off the hook, and everyone's running around in haste. The stress is getting to me, and my hands fly up to my temples, squeezing my forehead. I'm witnessing the chaos happening with my primary team in the meeting room. They're all discussing the scandal that broke out about me this morning. The rumor is you're having an affair with some celebrity named Charlotte Glitter, which usually we could spin and make this a cute thing. Maybe even use it to bring up your image, but she's married, and her husband Jack Clementine is trying to pursue harassment charges against you. My manager Sebastian and the PR team are shouting back and forth at each other, and it's clogging my brain. I can't believe this is happening. Sebastian's face is beet red, and he's shouting so loudly I doubt anyone understands what he's saying. Finally, I can't take it anymore. "Sebastian!" I yell. My voice grabs everyone's attention, and all eyes are on me, including Sebastian's. Look, I understand how bad all of this looks, but I swear to God, it's not true. These allegations are not true. Whatever she's saying, whatever the news wants to hear, there's no truth to report to anyone, including the tabloids, okay? I didn't do this. I sit at the table's head and continue. Now, normally I wouldn't even bother trying to stop this. Let people think and say whatever they want, but I can't this time. It's impacting my image in the studio already. So what do we do about it? Everyone looks around the room for a few moments, but no one speaks until, finally, Sebastian laughs. He takes an unfriendly step toward me, stopping only inches from my face. Hugo, this doesn't just affect you and your studio. This affects every single other artist that's under your label as well. Your image was already in shambles. But this? Well, now it stinks too. No one will want to be associated with a homewrecker. Heather, the head of the PR team, steps next to Sebastian. They've even branded you as a sexual predator for harassing that married woman. Do you seriously think anyone will ever do business with you again? How could you be so careless? You own a studio with people working under you. You don't work for yourself, and you can't do damn like this, she says in a much calmer voice than Sebastian. I slam my fists on the table in front of me. Damn, why is this happening? It's my own fault for being too easy on Charlotte when she tried taking advantage of me a month ago. I can still recall the very evening she propositioned me. She came on to me. I decide I will try and tell my side of the story now. If anyone will believe it, it's my team. Guys, I need to say something, I say, gesturing for the rest of them to sit down around me. This is all my fault. Sebastian cuts me off. Yeah, we know. Everyone whispers around him. No. Sebastian, please just listen. What I'm trying to say is important. I met Charlotte Glitter about a month ago at an event. She was drunk and completely out of her mind. I was heading to the bathroom and she stumbled on the rug, so I helped her up. She smiled really big when she saw me, and I didn't think much of it until later that night. Look, Hugo, none of us care to hear the gory details, okay? Can we just leave it at you screwed her and move on? So we can figure out if there's any way to clean up this mess, Heather questions me. No. Now would everyone just shut up and listen to me? Damn, I'm trying to help us here. Everyone nods at me in agreement, so I continue. A few hours had passed, and I went back to the bathroom when I saw her by the door. I smiled to be polite and went inside to do my business. Suddenly, she's behind me trying to kiss me, and I immediately stop her. She starts laughing and asking if I have plans after the event. I told her no, and she insisted that I was going home with her. She propositioned me to be her lover, but I flat out refused right then and there. I hurried out and never saw her again. She came on to me. No one at the table says anything for a moment, and I think they're trying to decide if they believe me or not when suddenly they all form a huddle. They're whispering, and I'm starting to feel uncomfortable until Heather peeks out from the group. "Look, Hugo, we believe you. We do. But trying to convince the public of this side of the story, with your image, there's just no way they'll accept it." Defeat washes over my face and I start to get angry. I don't understand how Charlotte can spin this to make it my fault when all I was doing was being respectful. Suddenly, Sebastian speaks again. "We should have cleaned up your image a long time ago and this would never have happened. Heather's right. Any explanation now is like whitewashing." I'm at a loss. I'm so tired because every time we acknowledge the gossip, more rumors get spread. It's a never-ending thing, so part of me thinks we should just not fight this one head-on. It might just make it worse, I say, shaking my head. My band members are conversing in the corner until Jacob stands up and walks toward me. "Your image added to your bad boy persona, too. It's a two-way weapon. We can't blame Hugo for what happened," he says, placing his hand on my shoulder. The rest of the band claps loudly in agreement. Sebastian sighs loudly over the top of them. "This will be a problem whether you face it or not. We handle other artists too," he snarls. "It's a bloodbath out there. People are crucifying you left and right. Once the other artists start taking a hit from this, it's over for you and this company." He walks back over and the team starts talking again. My mind is spiraling. How the hell does this happen? She can ruin my career over something she attempted to start, even though I shut it down just like that. The rest of the team joins in the bantering, and suddenly everyone starts raising their voices and getting out of their chairs. They're pacing the room, and no one will tell me what's happening. "Sebastian!" I yell after having enough of being in the dark. "What the hell is going on?" "Stan." "Well, you know the show that's supposed to happen 3 months from now? The one we are already almost sold out of tickets to? Yeah, well, we just got word that people are returning them. They're asking for refunds, and it's happening everywhere. There are articles about people boycotting your new album already, too." He joins in the pacing. My heart is pounding in my chest, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. I can't wrap my head around it all. It's so much worse than I can picture. What should I do? I sigh, admitting that I'm helpless. I look around the room, waiting for someone to throw me an idea. I'm desperate enough to try just about anything. But everyone's just staring at me, looking equally unsure of what we need to do next. "Nothing? None of you have anything? Isn't this part of what I pay you for?" I laugh, only partly kidding. I get half smiles from everyone until suddenly, a new PR member named Kent raises his hand from behind the group. "I have an idea," Kent says. I can sense his uncertainty. He's quiet and new here, but since no one else bothers to toss me anything, I might as well hear him out. I'm apprehensive of what he's going to suggest, but ask anyway. "What's your idea? Kent, right?" "Yes, it's Kent. Find a wife, sir." Everyone gasps at his answer, and I look at him for a moment, wondering if he's kidding. But when he doesn't change his response, I walk around the room, letting those words shuffle around in my head. Find a wife? Just like that? That can downplay my image, making me more family-friendly and less of a womanizer, which is precisely what I need right now. But isn't this crazy? I'm just about to say something when Sebastian immediately shuts him down. "Now, what kind of suggestion is that? That's insane. You're new here. How about you keep your head down until you come up with some real ideas, okay?" "No, Sebastian. Come on. He's the only one that's come up with an idea, and I'm willing to try just about anything. Let's give him a chance to explain his reasoning. Kent, why do you suggest that?" "Well, if you are married, you won't just be the playboy bachelor anymore. It will clean up your reputation and help you prove that Charlotte's lying. Everyone will see the nice married man you become, which will paint a better picture of your image. I nod along as he speaks, taking in every single word. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it might take some heat off me with this, and I don't see another way around it. Sebastian steps in front of me, inches from my face again, stopping my pacing. You can't seriously be considering this, can you? He asks. I'm your manager. Let me come up with some better ideas. Do you have any better ideas? So far, Kent's the only one to come up with an idea at all, so I think it's something we need to consider. I'm going to have a cigar and clear my head. Thank you, Kent. I nod in his direction and leave the meeting room to contemplate my decision.
Chapter 2. Rebecca. I'm running late in a cab heading to the noontime show I'm singing backup for, and it's been one of those mornings. I can't seem to get my head on straight. My nerves are all over the place and my hands are shaking. I've been full of excitement all week leading up to this, so I'm not sure what's happening to me now. I think my nerves from this gig are getting the best of me because it's just in the nick of time to help with bills this month. My nerves have been distracting me from my usual warm-up routine all morning, so I pay the cab driver a little extra to let me practice my vocals on the ride over. Practicing in front of a stranger is usually the last thing I want to do, but right now, I don't have a choice, so he's just going to have to listen. My voice reacts well to the vocal exercises and warm-ups, and I finally start feeling ready to rock the show. It's not a huge gig, and it's not even me in the spotlight, but every opportunity I get is exciting because it's a chance to put my voice out there for people to hear. It's the only way I will catch my big break one day, and I'm taking complete advantage of it. My adrenaline starts jumping like it always does the closer I get to perform. I'm unsure if it's just a newbie feeling or if it'll happen every time, but I hope I never lose it. It gives me just enough boost to get in the rhythm. As we turn on the next street nearing the event, suddenly my phone starts ringing. I recognize the number as the building manager for the gig I'm currently heading to. I don't think much of it because they do this kind of stuff all the time, usually forgetting a prop or needing me to do a coffee run before I get there. So I pick it up, curious about what he might need before I arrive. My head is pounding, and I can barely hear him speak over the echoing in my ears. Canceled? I yell into my cell phone. What do you mean canceled? I'm supposed to be at that gig today. In fact, I'm almost there now. I'm counting on that money. The manager informs me that because of the recent scandal with the studio I work for, they no longer need my help. I end the phone call and feel tears welling up in my eyes. I want to scream and cry, let out all of my frustrations. But I don't even have the time to do it. I have rent due in 2 days, and now how will I find the money to pay it? I wonder. With this gig, I could make just enough to cover what I owe, and now it's not happening. I'm so upset. I've been working so hard, but I'm still getting nowhere. All of my hard work isn't getting anywhere. No matter what I do, it feels like I'm just getting farther and farther away from my dream. I don't understand why I can't catch a break. I politely ask the cab driver to take me back to the studio. With a look of confusion, he turns around, taking me back. I thank him and slam the door, feeling awful as I walk back to the entrance. The studio doors fly open, and I storm inside. I'm so angry at this place for pulling me into whatever health storm it's going through this time. I look around the studio for a moment and wonder why it feels different. Suddenly, everything around me comes into focus. The studio is in complete chaos. Everyone's running around and yelling at each other. Papers are flying, and the phones are ringing off the hook. My anger subsides, and I spring into action, trying to find a way to help. I walk up to each frantic group, looking for a way to offer my assistance, asking if there's anything I can do for them, but everyone is so busy they don't even bother acknowledging me. I can't help thinking it doesn't look like this is an easy fix mess. I pick up bits and pieces, learning that there's some sort of scandal around Hugo, but not much else. maybe I won't be having any work at all for the next few weeks. It looks like I'll be picking up more shifts at the restaurant. I'm walking around trying to find somewhere away from the pandemonium, but every room in the studio is a complete mess, full of people. I need a place to clear my head and think, so I head to the rooftop. It's my favorite quiet place to be alone. As soon as I open the door, the cool air hits me in the face, blowing through my hair and calming me instantly. I look around, making sure no one's in my secret hiding place, and decide to let out my frustrations the fastest way I know how. I take a deep breath and let it out with the loudest, shrillest scream I can muster. Before I let out the last few seconds of air, someone interrupts, halting me to a stop. "What the hell are you doing? Do you own this place?" I turn to see who's talking to me, and my heart stops as soon as I see his face. No freaking way! It's Hugo. He's sitting up from the bench in the corner that he's lying on, rubbing his eyes. He's running his fingers through his gorgeous head of hair, glaring at me. My eyes are like saucers, and I can't believe it's him. Oh my God. This is the first time I'm seeing him up close. And I woke him up screaming like a crazy person. Great first impression. I immediately start trying to apologize, but I'm stuttering all over myself. What the hell is wrong with me? I think, wondering if meeting my idol is short-circuiting my brain. His reputation is awful and doesn't speak much to his personality, but you can't deny his talent. He's an inspiration to a starting singer like me. His eyes trail my body, and I feel like he's checking me out. My whole body stiffens, and his eyes dancing across my body electrify me. They roam all over me until he breaks the silence. "Who are you? What department did you come from?" he asks. My name is Rebecca Grant. I'm just a backup singer here, or sometimes the errand girl, grabbing coffees and whatnot. I don't mind too much, though. I mean, it's a job, right? I want to be in the industry, so I think it's a great stepping stone. Plus, the once-in-a-while gigs are awesome and bring me more exposure, you know? I can feel myself talking out of control, but I can't stop. It's coming out like word vomit. I'm waiting for my big break to strike. I want to be who you are one day. My own studio, where people look up to me. It must be amazing. And I bet it's nice not having to worry about bills. I laugh nervously. Did I really just bring up money to a rock star? Get it together. You're embarrassing yourself. He's looking at me with a weird expression, and I can't quite place what it's for, but I immediately start apologizing again. I'm so sorry. You don't have the time or even care to hear about this stuff. I'm sorry. I'm sure you have many more valuable uses for your time than talking to newbies like me. He doesn't say anything and continues staring. I'm starting to feel awkward, so I turn around to leave. When suddenly, he tells me to wait. I turn to face him again, just as he's taking a drag off his cigar. I wait as he blows smoke, wondering what's going on. Does he want to say something? Or is he just wanting me to look at him? I can give you the break that you want, he says. He takes another drag and continues blowing smoke. What? Really? You would help me? I'm in shock. Did he just offer me a big break? The Hugo? There's no way. How badly do you want it? He asks, lying back against the bench. I don't know why hearing the words leave his lips as they do consume me. I swallow hard, trying to get myself together. I want it so bad. I want it with every fiber of my being. In fact, it has always been my dream. That's why I work so hard. I clench my hands and close my eyes. I'm so tired. Tired of being a nobody and being told that I can't do it. I could never have imagined how hard it would be being a female, starting in this profession. He stares at me for a few moments until a grin spreads slyly across his handsome face. I know he's not looking at me like this out of passion, but it sets my insides on fire. Why is he so goddamn good looking? Get your damn together. You probably look ridiculous. He takes the cigar out from between his teeth. Good, he says, pressing his cigar on the bench to snuff it out. Marry me. I shake my head in disbelief. Am I hearing him correctly? His words ring in my ears and the rooftop starts to spin. Marry me. My chest is tight and I can't breathe. My heart nearly jumps out of my chest but catches in my throat when I start to stutter again. What do you mean? He can't be serious. There's no way that he can be asking me this for real. I'm going to squeal yes like a schoolgirl, and some cameramen from a knockoff TV show are going to come busting out of the bushes. Everyone will laugh at me, and I'll never live this down. He has to be joking, right?
Chapter 3. Hugo. I stare at this intriguing woman across from me, lost in my own mind. She's a cute girl, reasonably short, but I can handle it, with curves in all the right places. She has the musician's fashion taste, judging by the holes in her jeans and the t-shirt covered in bleach stains. As I stare and pick apart her entire persona, I can't help but think it could work. Doesn't she fit the bill? From what I can tell, with her stumbling all over herself as she's trying to talk to me, she's either exceptionally socially awkward or into me. I scoff to myself. Obviously, she's into me. I haven't yet met a woman that's not into me. In fact, women thinking highly of me are why we're here in the first place. The look on her face makes it clear I spark her interest, so why wouldn't she jump at being my wife? Plus, it's the perfect ticket to a good arrangement for both of us. We share a common interest in her working here, so if I give her a chance at the big break she's searching for, she'll owe me. At first, her rambling annoys me, but then she gives me the information I can use, and I realize we'll be helping each other. I won't just be doing something that benefits myself, and we'll both get something out of it. For a moment, I try to be understanding and reasonable with my thoughts on how to present this, until I remember that she works for me. She'll do what I ask her to do if she wants to keep her job. And from her scream earlier, I can tell she needs the work, so she can't say no. Wait, can she? Will she say no to me, and then I'll have this embarrassing encounter floating around on top of everything else? Am I arrogant enough to fire her if she says no? Not that I want to, but it's not like she'll have a job much longer anyways if we can't get this under control. I stand up and decide to approach her closer and explain. I watch as she takes a few steps away from me as I draw nearer. I stop a few feet back and eye her a bit closer, letting my eyes memorize every inch of her body. Yeah, I'd say you fit the bill, I say, and shoot her a sarcastic smile. She's looking at me like I just ran over her cat, but I don't know if I've hurt her feelings with my question or if she's about to start yelling. What bill? Have you gone crazy because of the scandal? She asks in a firm but small voice. Her shoulders are trembling, and I can't help thinking it's as if she fears me being this close to her. Her demeanor tells me she's young and naive, but this type of girl can be easily taken advantage of. I think about how easy this will make it for a moment, but then I realize I don't like what this means. I sigh, thinking to myself, I can't take advantage of someone so innocent. Instead of tricking or forcing her into agreeing with me, I'll explain my circumstances and the solution to fixing it. Then I'll let her decide for herself if she wants to be a part of it or not. Okay, listen. The truth is, I'm in a bit of a situation here. You brought up the scandal that's swarming the news earlier, so you're aware of what's been happening around me. It's caused quite the mountain of issues for the studio and me. She nods along with every word I say, and her eyes never leave mine. It's nice talking to someone who actually listens and isn't trying to cut in. It's making me feel like I can trust her with the truth, and I decide that her knowing I'm innocent might be just the push she needs to jump on board. Rebecca, I can honestly tell you that none of what's being said is true. The things she's accusing me of, none of it ever happened. She came on to me and I shut her down. I never told anyone about it because I didn't think it was a big deal, but now she's changing the story. I know what really happened that night, but with my reputation and bad boy image, my team doesn't think coming forward with the truth will do any good. So they've provided me with a solution. She's staring at my lips, listening intently to every word as I continue. I need to find a wife. Someone that can clean up my image, and you fit that bill perfectly. You look sweet and innocent. Plus, you're pretty, so no one should question my liking of you. I laugh, trying to lighten the mood. I mean it as a compliment, but she just looks embarrassed. Look, you're the total opposite of all the women I've openly dated in the past. Usually I go for models and women that like to play around just as much as I do. But for this to work, I need someone different. The kind of girl you'd take home to your mother and want to have a family with. I think you're a perfect choice. I'm looking at her, trying to figure out what she's thinking, and waiting for a response. Anything that can tell me she understands any of what I'm saying. But she's standing completely still. There's a look of surprise on her face, but she's not saying a word. Come on, people like this kind of love story, right? A playboy's falling in love with a woman that's not his type. He's settling down, getting married, and changing his ways. It's like the perfect romance novel that we'd be writing together. Let's help each other, Rebecca, I say, trying to push her into an agreement. I watch her take a deep breath and blow it out slowly, like those soothing yoga videos constantly floating around the internet. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but I can tell she's lost inside her head. She starts pacing the rooftop and gets a questioning look on her face. She stops in front of me again, wringing her hands. Suddenly, her mouth opens and closes, as if she's trying to form words, but nothing is coming out. Stumbling all over herself again, she's perfect. Finally, she's able to push out a simple response. Can I think about this first? Before I can answer her, the rooftop door bursts open across from us. Sebastian storms out onto it toward us. He's screaming and yelling like something is happening, but I can't make out what he's trying to say through the anger slurring his words. Hey, Sebastian, calm down. You know I can't understand you when you go on your anger rants like this. Take some deep breaths and try it again. I can feel Rebecca's eyes never leaving my face as she watches our interaction. Sebastian stops talking and stands in front of me. He takes a few deep breaths, mimicking the in and out motions with his hands, and then sighs. We're in big trouble, Hugo. Investors are already starting to pull out their money. Damn, we're going downhill and fast. We have to do something, or the business will go under. He starts trailing off on his yelling rant again and pulls out his phone to check the new stats. I glance back at Rebecca and sigh. I'm sorry, darling. I don't think we have the time you're asking for. I need an answer right now. Yes or no? I ask, stepping on my cigar. Sebastian's eyes widen as my yes or no question to Rebecca clues him in on the topic of our conversation. He had already voiced his objections earlier when Kent suggested it, and I know he isn't pleased. A furious look appears, but he's on the payroll, so he doesn't speak his mind. Instead, he rolls his eyes at me and storms off to continue pacing. I can feel my heartbeat quickening as he moves. Something about it makes me want to scream, but I turn my focus to more important things. Rebecca still stares at the ground, and the expression on her face doesn't hint at what she's thinking. I step toward her again, trying to think of something to say. But as soon as I'm within a foot of her, she breathes deeply again, and I can see tears welling up in her eyes. Her gaze moves back and forth between Sebastian and me. I'm not feeling good about this, but I'm still watching her, secretly hoping she doesn't burst into tears because I don't do a great job handling people's emotions. I'm waiting for any shred of an answer, and I can feel Sebastian's eyes staring right through me. First, he doesn't want me to do this, and now he's trying to rush something I have no control over. I think, trying to ignore him completely. Her silence is causing me to wonder if I'm making a mistake. Maybe I'm wrong, and she's not the right girl for this. Suddenly, a look of determination replaces the tears in her eyes. She smiles and pushes out the words. Yes, I'll be your wife. I'm insanely happy that she's agreeing, and I go in for a hug without thinking. I sweep her off her feet, and she wraps her arms around me. We twirl around for a moment before Sebastian interferes. He clears his throat behind us, jolting me back to reality. What the hell am I doing? I wonder, and set Rebecca back down. Sebastian tells her to follow us back to the meeting room, and we will come up with all the details. My heart is still pounding, and I'm excited as we head off the roof and back to the meeting. No one will believe I got it in the works already, I think, as we walk down the hall.
Chapter 4. Rebecca. My heart pounds as I walk down the hall with Hugo and Sebastian. What have I just agreed to do? What's happening? As we enter the meeting room, I'm trying to sort out my thoughts. The staff I know as his PR team are sitting together at one end of the long table. Meanwhile, his band members are sitting in the corner of the room, holding their instruments and slacking off. I don't know what's happening, and everything's shifting so fast around me. I feel Hugo grab my arm, gesturing me to sit next to him. I look at him, telling him with my eyes that touching me is not okay, even in a setting like this, and with him only trying to be polite. Sebastian settles everyone down enough so his voice can reach across the room. He's telling them all about how Hugo's fast actions will benefit them, and they start discussing the different ways we can pull this off. Everyone keeps eyeing me, and it's making me slightly uncomfortable. I wish the cab driver didn't bring me back here. The PR team and the band members' sentences morph with the speed of their conversation. I'm having trouble following along, but from the majority of what I can gather, it sounds like it will be pretty easy to insert me into Hugo's life. It also sounds like he never really comments on his relationships, so they think that most people will assume it's true and not ask further questions. I keep glancing at Hugo. Every time I do, he smiles at me. His focus never shifts to the chaos at the end of the table, and his eyes never leave my face. Finally, Sebastian announces what they will do before calling it a night. It's been a long day, and we still have so many details to work out. Let's just say that Hugo's finally decided it's time for her to make her appearance. She'll start being introduced as his fiancée, and you're planning to get married on a private, secluded island with close friends 3 weeks from now. Remember to keep this to yourselves. Knowing about this arrangement doesn't leave this room, he says. Everyone agrees to meet back here tomorrow morning at the usual starting time to discuss the more minor details. The details that, if they're not on point every single time, people will start to question the reality of our engagement. We all appear back in the meeting room, first thing in the morning. It feels like deja vu as soon as I walk through the door and see Hugo sitting at the head of the table. Everyone comes in behind me like clockwork, ready to start planning. For the next 2 days, everything is a blur. The group prepares everything, and then every once in a while, they brief Hugo and me on what to say and what to do. I even have to sign an NDA disclosure. It's all like a whirlwind, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing now. I'm half glancing at photos that his team tosses in front of us of what their wedding choices are. They've already jumped on making the plans. It's going to be an intimate event with few guests, and they plan on having news coverage. Then they show us their thoughts for the reception, including details all the way down to the food. They tell us that they want to show everyone that we're trying to share our relationship with the public, but that we also want a small intimate ceremony, just for a few close friends. They even make and send out the few invites we need. I stand in the mirror for a few moments during my bathroom break, trying to catch my breath. I can't believe any of this is happening. I don't know how I can let it go this fast, I think to myself as I head back toward the chaos. It's finally nearing the end of the second day, and Sebastian and Heather ask to speak with me, so I make my way into the meeting room. When I arrive inside, Hugo is already sitting at the table. I sit in the chair next to him, and Heather and Sebastian sit across from us, reviewing their notes for a few moments. Heather finally looks up at me and smiles. We've come up with what your story will be. It was love at first sight for Hugo, and you've now been dating for a year. Every cell in my body wants to scoff at the idea, but I know I have to shut up and follow it. Rebecca, Heather says, making eye contact. If anyone asks how you met, you were a fan of his and an aspiring singer. You signed onto his label and met incidentally. I nod in agreement, trying to wrap my head around everything. I don't understand how they came up with everything so fast. All I have to do is follow along, and I'm having trouble keeping up. Suddenly, she hands me a manila file folder with Hugo's name written in big, bold lettering. I open it and pull out the contents inside. It's a packet of paperwork with a printout of Hugo on it. My finger combs through the pages as I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at when Heather jumps in. This is the profile we've put together, one Hugo. It has everything you need to know about him, everything that he likes and dislikes, every single small detail we could think of that his wife should know, she says. Then Sebastian slides another folder with a packet of blank paper on top, and she continues. He's giving you an empty packet. We've provided you with the same questions to answer as the ones you'll find in Hugo's packet. If you could just go through and fill in your answers for him, that way you both have study material, and no one gets caught on the spot with a question they can't answer. I start combing through the questions and filling them to the best of my ability, while Sebastian and Hugo discuss the plans to make us public. After they argue back and forth for a few minutes, Sebastian sighs. I think it will be best if we don't explain it directly at all, he says. If we leave you and Rebecca out of the public's eye as long as we can, it will be the most beneficial in the long run. We plan to let the paparazzi expose your relationship in a timely exposure rather than an immediate public outing. We'll let it circulate with the public for a while, and when we feel enough time has passed, we will hold a press conference. Why would we want to do that? If we do that, why can't we just do it, to begin with, and tell everyone what they want to know about us? Hugo asks, interrupting him. Irritation spreads across Sebastian's face, but he continues. We want the truth of what happened between you and Charlotte out in the open eventually. We don't want people thinking badly of you, or using it as a way to think you're trapping Rebecca into marriage, and that's why you're suddenly bringing her out of hiding. So we will have a famous blogger expose the truth behind the scandal and regarding her husband and his case against you. The press conference will take place after all of that, so you can answer any questions regarding the scandal or your marriage. Does that sound okay to you both? Heather asks, her eyes darting back and forth between us. We both nod in agreement. It shocks me that Hugo has nothing to add after Sebastian's plan. I'm not sure if that means he agrees with it, or just that he knows he won't win if he argues it. Heather smiles at us both and looks at Sebastian. He has one more thing that he'd like to add before we let you leave for the day. Sebastian adjusts himself in his chair, looking like he needs to have a perfect posture to tell us what he needs to say. You need to move in with me, he says, folding his hands on the table between us. My heart starts pounding when I realize he's not joking. What? Now? I ask. I can't help feeling like this is all moving way too fast. I haven't even gotten to state my part in the conditions of this arrangement yet. Panic starts setting in when I can't find the right words to explain what I'm feeling. Sebastian immediately starts talking over me, and I don't hear what he says. I'm too busy trying to calm down enough to tell them I have requirements too. My face starts sweating, and I begin to think about my part in this a little more intently. I have to state my conditions, right? I mean, I know I'm young and naive, but I can't just sign my life away. Is there something you want to add, Rebecca? Hugo asks, looking at me. Contract, I exclaim. We need a contract that can protect my interests too. It feels so good to have actually gotten words out. It's like Hugo helps me stand up for myself. It's a feeling I think I'll be holding on to. I'm smiling on the inside, proud of myself. For once, I'm not letting some fast-talking businessman walk on me. Sebastian sighs, and starts immediately objecting to my reminder of there being two parts to this arrangement. But, to my surprise, Hugo swoops into my rescue and shuts him down again.
Chapter 5. Hugo. We can discuss this. Sebastian, I know you just want to move right on ahead to the next part of our plan, but we have to make Rebecca feel like she's in this with us. I jump in quickly to her defense, not giving Sebastian the opportunity to silence her. It's her life too, and she's doing me a huge favor. We can at least make sure that she's taken care of. Oh, and we're not going to have only a one-way plan. Instead, I draw out 2 contracts, setting both in front of Rebecca. You have this already? Rebecca is surprised. I nod. Yes, I do. Sebastian, I already prepared everything. It tracks with what we've been discussing. I turn to Rebecca. One of these is the contract for our marriage, the other one for your music. As far as your music goes, you are a gifted singer and musician. Now I plan to personally produce the music you make. We'll get it out there to your public, and you can do what you do best. Looking at Rebecca, I see her growing emotional. Her chin quavers a little at the words. I can't tell if she's flattered by my compliment or scared. Sniffling, she looks down and takes a quick breath in and out. Are you ready to discuss this contract? I ask her, trying to make my voice gentle. Rebecca nods, blinking her eyes quickly. Okay, here's what we've got. For the next several minutes, I explain what the contract contains and what it means. Occasionally, Rebecca nods. Okay, I like it. I'll sign. As long as I can make my own music, this is great. I stop, unable to speak. Then I sigh. Gently, I continue. You need to protect your own legal interests, Rebecca. Please don't just take what I say at face value. Find a good contract attorney and go over this with them. Ask them what everything means, whether it protects you or not. Then, if they are in agreement with this contract, then sign it. Okay? I've been in this business too long and seen too many people chewed up and spit out after making a bad deal. If she's going to make it in the industry, she needs to learn. Fast. Rebecca looks seriously at me. Her mouth forms a tiny O. She nods and agrees, then takes the contract. Looking serious, she reads the contract. A couple times she asks me what a particular phrase means. I'll find a contract attorney and ask them to look at this for me, she promises. I nod, then hand the marriage contract to her. This one is much thinner, consisting of 2 pages. Rebecca takes this contract as well and reads it carefully. She looks straight at me. Should I show this one to an attorney? Do you feel like you need a lawyer's help for this one? She shakes her head. No, it's pretty easy to understand. But, as she starts, she presses a stiffened forefinger into the table. I have rules I want to add. There are a few already in here that I want to erase. I'm confused. What rules? Rebecca sighs, chewing her lip nervously. She opens her mouth once, then closes it. Okay. My rules are about touching. You need to ask for my permission every time you want to touch or kiss me. I don't want any skin contact if you don't let me know first. I nod slowly. Rebecca writes that down at the bottom of the contract. She looks at me, then her eyes dart away. Her shoulders stiffen, clearly uncomfortable. Okay. No sex. She adds that clause to the contract. Rebecca, are you against sex? Do you want our relationship to be platonic because you're a virgin? Her eyes widen, startled by the question. She shakes her head. I'm not a virgin. This comes out as a near whisper. She keeps her gaze pointed down toward the table. Rebecca, look at me, please. I need to know this because I plan to stay faithful to our vows while we are married. I know you don't have a lover right now. My investigator told me that you're single right now. Rebecca's angry glare burns my face. What? Why did you have me investigated? I was about to tell her to calm down when I remembered that saying this to an angry person could be a big mistake. I closed my mouth and let out a huge breath. To someone of my status, It seems obvious that I would check her background before announcing her as my wife, but clearly she didn't make the same assumption. Okay, Rebecca, clearly you don't like that. There's a good reason for the investigation. I needed to know what kind of person you are, because we're going to be married, whether that lasts for a few months or a year. Look, Rebecca, I'm older than you. I feel responsible for you, which means I want to make sure you are safe and protected. I meant no harm. I'll treat you with the utmost respect while we are married, and after. Rebecca stares at me seriously for several long seconds. Finally, she nods at me. Thank you. Sebastian brings his hands together and rubs them vigorously. Now that you got that out, let's move on to the action, shall we? I shake my head no. Sorry, Sebastian, but we just tackled some difficult stuff here. I want to take Rebecca out for a quiet dinner so we can both decompress. Sebastian's mouth falls open as his face gets red. Hugo, we decided before this meeting that we would complete this process today. If you're going to take her out in public and shower her with whatever, we won't get done. Also, if you take her out, you'll be seen in public before we are ready to release our information. Shaking my head, I stand and offer my hand to Rebecca. I'm not taking her outside this building. She needs a break. She had a lot of stuff thrown at her, and I'd like to give her some time to take it all in so she can start making some sense out of everything. We'll be back in less than 2 hours, and we'll finish then. Sebastian throws his hands in the air, knowing he has lost. Go. Just don't take too long. Heading to the kitchen/break room, I look around to be sure it was empty. Seeing that it is, I usher Rebecca in and shut the door. Okay, you need a break and some food. Letting out a sigh of gratefulness, she collapses into a chair. Thank you so much. Sebastian has a one-track mind. I could see you barely hanging on with everything we discussed. I pull out some cut salad, dressing, cheese, and crackers. Quickly, I make the two of us salads. What kind of dressing do you want? Do you have Italian? Coming right up. To drink, do you want water, soda, or tea? If you have sweet tea, that would hit the spot. I scan the shelves of the refrigerator and spot a few bottles that I've stored here. Grabbing two, I open hers and set it in front of her, then bring both plates of salad over, along with the sleeve of crackers. Dig in. You need your energy. Giving me a slightly subdued smile, Rebecca nods. Picking up her fork, she digs into the salad. I needed food so badly. Yeah, your brain was working overtime in there. Quietly, we eat. She seems to be working through all of the information in her mind. I stay quiet and just let her mind process everything. Taking a long drink of her tea, Rebecca sighs and sits back. Hey, Hugo. I didn't mean to snap at you in there. I know you had to figure out who I am before making a deal with me. You're right. And you are right that I need to eat. She stabs her fork back into a big tomato, as if proving her point. I understand more than you think. After we finish eating, I want to take you to see more of the building. Because you've agreed to marry me, you need to know what we have here. Rebecca nods before she speaks. I'd love to see your studio. Sure. You'll be working on your music and recording it there. Do you need any studio musicians for any of your songs? I'd like to play it for you first before I decide that. Sometimes I think having other instruments would make it better, and other times I think just my own instruments and voice are enough. Sounds good. Soon we finish washing our dishes and we leave, carrying our bottles of tea. I unlock the door to my office and studio nervously. I want her to like them. I turn the light on. Here we go. Here in my office, I'll help you with the business side of your recording and production. Sounds cool, huh? Production? I grin at her. Rebecca's eyes are larger than ever. They shine as she looks around. Wow, this is all yours? We spend another hour in my studio before we head back to the conference room. Are you sure you don't want any fruit? I'd better not. Let's just get the rest of this over with. Knocking on Sebastian's office door, I announce we have returned. Did you take her outside the building? Judging by his bark, Sebastian is still upset. This guy is so intense that sometimes I have to reel him in. Hey, Sebastian, dial it back! A bunch! She was reeling with all the information we threw at her. How the hell is she supposed to make good decisions like that? The look on Sebastian's face changes from irritation to shock. Rebecca, I'm sorry. I get pretty intense at times. Anytime I get that way, please, tell me to dial it back. I won't be offended. I promise. Rebecca forces herself to meet Sebastian's gaze directly. Yeah, I will. My specialty is music, not business and contracts. Like Hugo said, I'm taking the contract to an attorney. Almost hesitantly, Sebastian nods in agreement. Okay. Let's finish the rest of what we have. We're going to release your reaction about Charlotte. Then we'll reveal your relationship with Rebecca, as well as your engagement. Soon after we finish, and I take Rebecca to our home.
Did you see this? Jacob Stone, billionaire playboy, scores again.
Your grandfather's condition is declining rapidly. You need to make a decision. Will you do the experimental treatment?
How am I going to pay for it?
No money, no treatment.
It's time to settle down. Show the board that you can offer stability. Show them who you really are.
Hi, I'm Jacob Stone.
I know who you are. CEO of Stone Hospital Group.
I need you to fake marry me. I'll pay for your grandfather's treatment.
Fine, I'll do it. I'll marry you.
Please spare me the romantic nonsense. We both know why you're really here. Gold digger.
It was fake at first, but then I fell in love with you. But to save you now, am I going to have to break your heart?
You're going to have a lot more problems than just your grandfather's health.
I thought I loved Jacob Stone, but before I marry him, I'm gonna have to destroy him. Chapter 6. Rebecca. I feel weird right now. I understand why I need to move in with Hugo, but that doesn't make it feel natural. Normally, I would be fangirling at this, but the circumstances have made it, well, awkward. Hugo tells me not to worry about bringing everything. Just bring the things you need or that are the most important to you. Don't worry about clothes. Yes, this definitely feels weird. I know better, but I feel like an actress who's receiving all kinds of perks. Only this is really happening, and because I am helping Hugo out with this scandal. In a way, it feels like he's treating me like his little sister. I suppose that's okay, but I can't ever think of him as an older brother. His hot factor is off the charts. Plus, once I had spent a little time in his company, he's really a nice man. Sebastian breezes into Hugo's apartment, rubbing his hands together. He's practically dancing around like a big puppy. Okay, you two? Now that we have Rebecca settled in, it's time for you to get to know each other better. For this to come off without any hiccups, it's imperative that you both know everything about each other. He gives us a warning look, making it clear that he means business. Then he leaves. I sit on the couch across from Hugo. I have the best intentions to get to know him, but I am so tired. Today feels like a full week. I fall asleep almost as soon as I settle my butt into the couch. I manage to rouse myself a few minutes later, embarrassed that I dozed off like that in front of a rock star. But Hugo doesn't seem offended. He politely shows me to my room, saying I'll be able to focus after a good night's rest. The next morning, while Hugo and I are making breakfast, he goes to the front door to bring in the newspaper. Before bringing the paper into the kitchen, he turns on the huge TV. It's set to a network channel. I don't know which one. All I know is that his face is plastered all over the news. The blurb at the bottom reads, Hugo's partner. The anchor talks about this partner. then says that Shimi has been living with Hugo for quite a while. Other anchors are repeating the gossip about him cheating on his partner. I look at him. Hugo's face is slightly pink, and he's stubbornly not looking at me. Hugo, are you okay? I want to put my hand on his, but my fear of skin-to-skin contact stops me. What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. But that gossip, it's horrible. Now, Hugo looks really uncomfortable. He looks at the television, which is still spewing nasty comments about him. Yeah, it's bad. To be honest, I already have a bad boy reputation. I've earned it, but now it's turned and bitten me in my ass. He sighs as he looks straight at me. Fame comes with a price, Rebecca. Now, what about you? How do you feel with your picture all over the news? I sigh. It's, odd. I've been planning my own music career and taking small steps to getting there. I never, ever thought about publicity. Seeing my face all over TV? Wow. Yeah, it's strange at first. You'll get used to it eventually. He smiles at me. Would you like to go out with me? Where? What do you have in mind? Well, we need to get you clothes. Remember I told you not to worry about leaving yours behind? Yeah. Today's outing has two purposes. Buy clothes for you, and second, let the public see my longtime partner with me. He makes air quotes for longtime partner. It's time for the public to see who you are, so we can start fighting back against those cheating allegations. Oh, and I will need to touch you once in a while. The small of your back, holding your hand. Hugo clears his throat suddenly. His voice sounds lower when he voices his next thought. And the occasional kiss to make this look real. I'll be respectful, I promise. My body freezes for a few seconds. My vocal cords are paralyzed. Then, I remember that he did ask for my permission. Yes. Okay. I push back the horrid memories and look around to ground myself in today. We are in the most exclusive women's clothing store. I feel intimidated and almost tell Hugo, we can go to Walmart or Target. Then I remember that I am helping him. Every so often, he lightly touches my back or takes my hand. I have to force my body to stay relaxed. What do you think of this, Becca? It's perfect for you. I take a few seconds to catch up. Let me check. I pull the hanger closer to me and look at the size. Wow, he's right. The size is right, and I like the colors. I look at the price and nearly faint. But it's too expensive. Hugo shakes his head. Nope, it's not. Only the best for my girlfriend. Gently, his arm goes around my shoulders, and he pulls me in for a slight hug. My heart hammers, but not from fear. It feels good to be pressed against him. My arms rise and encircle his waist. I'm hugging him. Hugo looks at me. His blue eyes look darker. He licks his lips to speak, then clears his throat. Thank you for trusting me. He holds onto the short dress and we keep looking. Mr. Flintstone, here's a basket for the items you choose. An older woman smiles kindly at the two of us. Clearly, she hasn't heard about this scandal that's threatening his career. Jen, thanks. Hugo smiles at the woman and grips her elbow. Now I'm more into the purpose of our trip here. I look closely at the garments on their hangers. Ooh, I like this. I can see myself wearing it. I point to a long, lightweight sweater. Let me see. Hugo takes the sweater and holds it up against me. He shakes his head, then looks at each sweater. He settles when he finds a deep burgundy. Now, this just screams Becca. Without looking at the price tag, he adds it to the dress. Finally, we are finished. In the dressing room, I try each item on. They all fit. I look more closely at the color of each outfit. I'm surprised by Hugo's knack at picking colors that look nice against my dark skin. For a white boy, he has a skill. I pose in front of the dressing room mirror and hold one of the sleeveless sweaters up against my torso. Ooh, this is really pretty with my hair. I nod and place it in the buy pile. Well, do you like them? Hugo shakes his head as I come out. I'm taking all but this one. It's just too revealing. I hand back a micro miniskirt. There's just no way I could ever wear it. I appreciate the gesture, but it's a no. That's fine. Maybe we can find something you're more comfortable in. I'm touched that he doesn't try to argue or tell me what he'd like to see me in. He just accepts it, letting me wear what I want to. I look around the store. Actually, I make a beeline for a rack of longer skirts. I love maxi skirts and dresses. I know I'm short and all, but Rihanna wears them. I can't argue with that, and she's beautiful, sure. Hugo grins.
Chapter 7. Hugo. We continue our day of shopping. Rebecca and I are in and out of some of the most exclusive stores looking at clothing, shoes, and accessories. She's a petite girl with dark skin, black hair, brown eyes, and... man, she is cute. In a way, I'm enjoying shopping for new clothes as much as she is, having a good time finding things that look nice on her. As pretty as she is, her clothes don't do her justice. I know what it's like, starting out as a struggling artist. I was once one myself. It's exciting to be able to offer her something special, and I think deep down she likes it too. She has a hard time accepting anything that I suggest for her. I can't tell if the prices are just astounding her, or if she's reluctant to accept anything from me. No, Hugo, I really can't accept that. It's beautiful, but you've gotten me enough. Rebecca, I know it feels strange to be accepting clothing from someone you just met a few days ago. I whisper the last few words because a customer is uncomfortably close by. But... She follows my glance and sees the other customer. When she speaks again, her voice is close to a whisper. I just can't. You've spent so much on me already. I stand in front of her and lower my head to hers. Rebecca, we have to make this look more realistic. It's strange. I understand. But you're really helping me out, okay? Rebecca looks torn as she stares at me. She sighs. Okay. Good. Now, I see a few things that would be really pretty on you. We head to a few clothing racks and I pull out the outfits I saw Rebecca looking at. What about this? Rebecca's eyes get even larger. Oh, so beautiful. She takes the hanger out of my hand and scurries to a nearby mirror where she holds the outfit against her. She puts it over her arm. Okay, let's keep looking. This? How about that? By the time we finish and she has tried everything on, I'm carrying 2 large bags. I also have 2 bags with shoes, boots, and small backpacks. Rebecca seems to prefer these rather than purses. You know, I'm really looking forward to some lunch and ice cream. What do you say? I buckle my seatbelt and watch Rebecca's face. Yes, I'm starving. Rebecca smiles at me, looking shy. She's wearing one of the outfits I just bought. And yes, she looks damn cute. I choose a popular place partly because I love the food there and also so people get to see her with me. It's funny. I'm working on the plan to discredit the woman who lied about me. But at the same time, I'm just having fun with Rebecca. Her innocence is just new. She's refreshing. We both order beverages in our meals. While we wait for our food, we talk about ourselves and occasionally we laugh. Rebecca's eyes are shining. Maybe it's because she's in the heart of Hollywood. She sips from her iced chai latte and her eyes widen. This is so good. Have you ever had chai lattes before? Never. I've had coffee, tea, and hot chocolate. She takes another sip. Those can fill you up fast, so go slow. Thanks for letting me know. I really want to eat. 10 minutes later, the server brings our meals. I have a club sandwich while Rebecca has a BLT with a small side salad. As she eats, it's clear that she really is hungry. Rebecca is real. If she's hungry, she eats. She has a mind of her own, that's for sure. That should make our life together pretty interesting. As I muse on this, I feel a sense of loss, knowing that our connection is only temporary. What is this all about? I dig into my meal, not wanting to think about my reaction. I'll think about that tonight. For now, I just want to enjoy being with her. Let's stop at one more store. I want... Rebecca gasps. Oh, Hugo, that's not necessary. You just spent so much money on me already. I'm thankful we're in the car. I turn toward her, ready with my comeback. This is part of the plan. I go to formal music-related events. As my fiancée, you'll go with me. So you need formal dresses. Rebecca is ready with another argument when my last sentence stops her cold. She closes her mouth with a little pop and just looks at me. Really? I've never worn formal clothing. Her voice is tiny. That's not a problem. The boutique we're going to... I'm good friends with the owner. I called her earlier and she's waiting for us. Oh, so... she'll help us? Yes. Hugo, does she know about what's happening to you? She sure does. She just told me that she'll do whatever it takes to help prove that the woman is lying. Rebecca is quiet for several seconds. She's looking at me, just thinking. She smiles. She sounds like a good person, a good friend to you. Does she know we're engaged? Yes. I need to introduce you to her because you may have to buy other formal dresses or outfits while we're engaged, and then married. Rebecca looks so much more relaxed. She settles in her seat and watches the passing scenery. Hugo, as word gets out that I'm your fiancé, will people start following us around? I nod. There's a very good chance they will, especially the paparazzi. Rebecca's eyes get wide. She looks very nervous. Hey, it's okay. We're going to use the paparazzi and beat them at their own game. How? Well, first we're going to let our engagement leak. Then a realistic wedding date. But we will already be married with only a few guests. Also, I'll let you know which ones are less Snoopy. And we'll start letting them know about your own musical career. Paparazzi can be a necessary evil because you need the attention, especially someone starting out. It takes a while, but Rebecca soon relaxes. Just in time because we are at our final stop. In the store, I place my arm around Rebecca's waist. She stiffens a little, but does a better job of hiding it this time. I guess she's getting used to being touched, even if it's not her favorite thing. Maggie, this is my fiancée, Rebecca. Rebecca, my friend, Maggie. She's going to help you find a few formal dresses and outfits. And don't worry about the cost. Maggie hurries up to me and gives me a tight hug. It's been too long, Hugo. Rebecca, you are a beauty. I love your hair. Rebecca smiles shyly, offering a thank you. I love the pixie cut on you. It suits your stature, and there are so many ways to accentuate it with some of my stock. Come. Maggie turns and motions to her assistant, Abby. They both disappear with Rebecca. I feel good, knowing they will make wise choices. Soon, I see both women coming out of the large dressing room, with dresses, then returning with more. I'm lucky enough to see some of them on Rebecca. The dresses mostly complement her petite size and coloring. Well, Hugo, is there anything you particularly like? Maggie is beaming. She's pleased about what she is doing. Looking at my notes, I speak. I love the third dress and the fifth outfit. The colors both go well with Rebecca's coloring. I love that you're finding outfits that reflect our generation. Maggie and Abby grin. Take a look at this one. Rebecca, come on out. I fix my eyes on the curtain. Slowly, Rebecca comes out, looking shy. The outfit suits her so well. If I didn't know better, I would think it was a custom-made outfit. I gasp. Love it, huh? Take a look at this. Maggie picks up a length of purple silk and drapes it over Rebecca's hair. She lets the ends fall free, then uses tiny, shimmery pins to secure the scarf to Rebecca's hair. What do you think? It takes a few seconds for words to come out of my mouth. Wow. This is absolutely beautiful. Rebecca, do you like it? Rebecca turns and looks at herself in the mirror. Her eyes light up and she grins. I love it. Good, because next week we have an award show to attend. Rebecca's eyes widen. You mean I'll be there? Yes, of course. I walk around Rebecca, looking at her new outfit from every angle. Maggie, this outfit plus numbers 3 and 5 are perfect. Good. Shoes and jewelry next. Rebecca's eyes widen. Oh, Maggie, that's not... Yes, it is. You're Hugo's fiancée. Rebecca looks back at me. As I grin and shrug, she realizes I'm not going to save her. She's got more shopping to do. 20 minutes later, Maggie and Rebecca walk up. Okay, Hugo. We found some good pieces of jewelry and other accessories. Let me tell you, but your fiancé can put up a fight. I laugh. Yeah, I know. I try to play it off, feeling uncomfortable at the thought that I really don't know Rebecca that well at all. It shouldn't bother me, but it does, because I want to. Why does this woman, who is basically a stranger, intrigue me so much? I dismiss the thought, not having time to deal with it right now. Instead, I pay for my purchases, then we put everything in the trunk and go home. On the way home, Rebecca puffs out a huge sigh. Hugo, was it really so necessary to spend so much money? Yes, it is. You're new to my life, yes. But by saying you would help me, that means you need to look the part as well as play the part. A thought occurs to me. Also, when you get your big break, you're going to need all of those outfits, jewelry, shoes, and accessories. Please, you're helping me. Let me help you. As hard as she tries, Rebecca isn't able to find a good argument. She beams a little when I confidently mention her career, and I can tell she's happily imagining her future. Okay. Seriously, thank you. I grin. You're welcome, darling. Maybe you could show me a few of the other outfits we bought. After dinner. Maybe. Do you think people saw me with you? I'm sure they did. But why didn't they come up to us? Especially if they are paparazzi. Some people have put me in the doghouse. Right now, they are going after other celebrities. Will you get popular again? Yeah, once people realize that I'm being lied about. But in my head, I'm starting to wonder if I even care. I've had more fun with Rebecca in one day than I did in the past couple years as a so-called celebrity. Maybe this is the wake-up call I needed, that none of the fame is all it's cracked up to be. Maybe I wouldn't mind it so much if they all forgot me, after all.
Chapter 8. Rebecca. I throw my new clothes onto the hangers in my closet, trying to decide what to wear. I have more to pick from than I probably have at any other time in my life. I may only be living here for a short while, but I'm going to be dressed to the nines while I do it. I can't believe he wants to go to dinner with me. I think as I look at all the fancy clothes I now own. It feels surreal as I think about my life now. The fancy clothes, fancy house, handsome arm candy. All of this. And I get my dream at the end of it. I can't believe it's really happening. I choose the red silk dress with glitter chiffon tulle along the bottom. I like how it clings to my hips and stops just about mid-thigh. It makes me feel sexy and confident, something I don't often feel around men. I remember Hugo's compliments on it in the store, and I'm hoping it will draw his eyes under fancy lighting. I zip the dress up and study myself in the mirror. I take some special effort while putting on my makeup, wanting to enhance the look. When I'm content with my image, I sit down on the bed and grab my heels. They slide on with ease just as a knock comes on my bedroom door. Hey, no rush, but I'm ready whenever you are, Hugo says. Perfect. I'm just getting my shoes on and I'll meet you in the car, I shout back. I hear his footsteps disappear down the hall, and I start growing nervous. Our fancy date is suddenly very real, and I feel so unprepared. The car is already running when I get outside and climb in. His expression is unreadable, but I'm hoping it's a good one. We buckle up and head to the restaurant. Hugo is quiet the whole drive, but it doesn't bother me at all. My nerves are spiraling, and I keep worrying about not acting right or not eating with the correct spoon at the right time. I hope he'll show me the ropes and not make me feel like an outcast in his world. Part of me hopes this dinner will make things easier between us. It's hard playing the role of two people madly in love when you haven't spent much time together in general. I think this will be an excellent opportunity to practice an outing together without drawing too much attention to ourselves or putting too much pressure on things. As we arrive in the parking lot, my heart starts beating out of my chest. I haven't been to a place this fancy, and I worry I'll do something stupid. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of him, or worse, embarrass him in general. My palms are sweaty, and I feel tightness in my chest as we approach the entrance. Hugo holds the door for me and gestures for me to enter. He follows closely behind and doesn't even have to introduce himself to the hostess. She immediately grabs us and takes us to the private dining area. There is one large table in a room full of candles and ambiance. She kindly seats us across from each other and pours us some wine. She lets us know our server will be over shortly. Hugo speaks to her kindly, but makes sure he rarely takes his eyes off me to do it. I know he's only acting, but this is the way to make a woman feel special, I think, as he smiles at me. I am in complete awe of him. Everything I see in magazines or articles paints him as an awful womanizer who treats women like objects instead of human beings. But there has not been a single time that he hasn't been a complete gentleman to any woman we meet. There's no way he can be acting that well all the time with no slip-ups if it isn't just his natural persona. He's sipping his wine, and I can't help but notice that he can't take his eyes off me. I feel out of place in a new dress and high heels, and my hair pulled up so tight that it's nearly giving me a headache. I start wondering if there's something on my face, maybe something between my teeth he can't muster up the courage to tell me. As I'm about to ask what he's looking at, the server walks up and introduces herself. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Flintstone. I'm Rachel, and I'll be your server tonight. I know you've already chosen what you'd like the chef to prepare you for tonight, but can I get you started with drinks other than your wine?" It sounds so strange to have someone calling me this. "I'll take a scotch on the rocks and she'll have a strawberry daiquiri," Hugo says. I look at him with confusion, as I don't know how he knows they're my favorite. "It was in your file." He winks at me as the waitress walks off. "Oh, you actually read it enough to memorize some things?" I ask. "Of course I did. We must get this right from the beginning." The waitress returns with our drinks and places them in front of us. "Your food will be out in just a moment." We both thank her, and we're alone together again. I can't stop thinking about how romantic the setting is. It seems strange to me that his choice of restaurant is somewhere that not many people will see us. I keep glancing around the room, nervously swirling the daiquiri in my glass. I've never been good at making conversation out of nothing, and it doesn't seem like the appropriate place to talk about the agreement. "I bet you're wondering why I brought you here of all places, aren't you?" Hugo asks out of nowhere. The question had crossed my mind once or twice. I giggle and continue circling the straw in my drink. I know we're supposed to focus on public appearances, but I think it'll be good for us to spend some time together before we're out in public for real. We need it to look like we're really in love. To do that, we must at least be comfortable around each other first. So I thought quality time together would be a good start. I nod in agreement. "Yeah, that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that. I just didn't think doing it at my place or something would be appropriate. So this seemed like a good place." The waitress and the servers are the only people who will see us, and maybe the occasional bypasser heading to the bathroom. He laughs as he points toward a woman heading to the bathroom at that very moment. We giggle at his impeccable timing as Rachel brings in a tray holding our meals. She sets the plates of steak and baked potatoes down in front of us. "Oh, and here's your salad, Mrs. Flintstone." She smiles and sets it in front of me. "Does everything look okay? Do we need anything else?" We both say it looks fantastic, and she leaves us to eat. "I wasn't sure if the steak would be to your liking. That wasn't in the file." He laughs. "So I threw in a salad with it just in case," Hugo says as he cuts his steak. I notice how perfectly pink it is as he brings it to his lips. For some reason, I can't look away as his lips meet the metal of the fork. He smiles at my stare as he chews, and I instantly snap out of it. I quickly look down at my salad and take a huge bite. He laughs at me, trying to chew my enormous bite without showing it to him, making me laugh. I nearly spit out my bite, and he laughs harder. We're enjoying ourselves so much that the awkwardness fades. Who knew being my awkward self helps us connect? This is my dream date. I can't believe I was nervous. He's helping me through everything, and I feel like I've been out with him 100 times. He's so sweet. My curiosity gets the best of me, and I ask the question I've always wanted to know. "So it didn't say this in your file, and I've just been curious. How'd you get your big break?" He laughs. "I'm not the only one who started studying, huh?" "No, I wanted to ensure I didn't mess this up. I just had to tease you first because it surprised me that you were into this enough actually to read my file." Of course, I'm surprisingly intrigued by you. He takes another bite of his steak, and I can feel my cheeks heat. He says it so naturally, as if there's nothing remarkable about it. But to me, the idea of a big star like Hugo caring about me at all is incredible. I can't believe I'm hearing him. Someone like him finds me intriguing. Suddenly, the woman from the hallway storms into our private setting. She bumps into the table, interrupting my thoughts of how amazing he and this night is. She's stammering all over the place, and Hugo is trying to talk to her. She's making no sense. He's trying to talk to her, to ask her questions. She just keeps mumbling something about me making a mistake by being here with him. Because I seem to be the focus of her interest, I decide to try myself. I speak up, asking her what her name is or why she's here, but she won't answer. She gets close to me and bumps into the table again, knocking my daiquiri onto my plate. She falls into me and spills her glass of wine on my face and the front of my dress. I gasp, and the woman clings onto me, nearly sitting on my lap. Hugo jumps up finally and calls the waitress over to the table as he tries to pull the woman off me.
Chapter 9. Hugo. I'm in shock watching the woman fall all over Rebecca as we wait for our waitress, Rachel. I don't want to make a scene by grabbing the woman myself, but I can't let her continue, so I grab the woman's arm and pull her off Rebecca. As I pull her away, she lunges, and her wine spills down the front of Rebecca's dress. She jumps as it hits her, and I quickly yank the woman away toward the door. I'm ready to drag the woman out myself when Rachel finally rushes over to us. She sees what the woman's doing and instantly tries to talk her down. She starts telling her she needs to leave us alone, and she tries to walk her out of the room away from us. As she's talking, the expression on the woman's face changes, and she starts walking with the waitress. It looks like the situation is under control until they reach the door. It's like the switch flips again, and the woman turns and shoves Rachel against the wall and runs back to us. I act fast and grab her arms to stop her from hurting Rebecca as Rachel yells for the guards, asking them to remove her from the restaurant entirely because she's hysterical. As soon as the guards enter, I let go of her arms and rush to Rebecca. They grab the woman by her arms in a handcuff formation and escort her out of our area. She's still screaming and yelling over them, drawing unnecessary attention to our table. Faces start to appear around the door to see what all the commotion is about. As soon as I see them, I immediately grab napkins and try to clean Rebecca up, I know sooner or later some of the faces we see will have cameras, and I don't want her any more embarrassed. As I wipe off the wine, I'm apologizing to her. I can't imagine how she's feeling, but I want her to know that I feel awful. She doesn't say anything, and she's watching the hysterical woman as they drag her out. Suddenly, the woman starts yelling at us over the guards. "You're a horrible person and shouldn't be here with her. You don't deserve someone like her. Honey, he's a bad man. Do yourself a favor and leave right now. If you don't leave, you're just as awful as he is. Don't let his image bring you down. You seem like a nice girl, and hanging out with him will only change that. You will be all over the news if you don't come with me right now." My face turns red, and I stare at her as she yells. Suddenly, I recognize her from our meeting a few months back. She's a fan, more of a stalker, and thinking about it instantly makes me angry. She's ruining a fantastic night with Rebecca, and I don't even know why. The guards rush her out of our sight, but I can't help wondering why someone is saying such things to a total stranger. Having something against me is one thing, but bringing Rebecca into it is another. Rebecca watches the exit with a puzzling look as I try cleaning up the mess. She's not saying a word nor trying to clean herself up. Cameras start flashing, and I know we're no longer here in secret. They don't bother me because they follow me everywhere, so I don't think about how they might bother someone who isn't ready for it. I finally get the mess of our dinner taken care of, but the calm doesn't return to our night. The paparazzi keep coming in and flashing more pictures or asking questions. One by one, I tell them to leave us alone and let us enjoy our night. But the pictures and questions keep coming. It's irritating me, but I know they'll go as soon as they all finish. Finally, I recognize the look of worry on Rebecca's face. She looks highly uncomfortable, and I realize there's no salvaging the dinner. We need to leave. I feel bad for not noticing sooner that she isn't enjoying herself, so I gesture at Rachel, and she rushes back in. She immediately starts apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I don't know how she even got in here without anyone noticing. We will comp your meal. Can I get you anything to help save your night? I can get the guards to stand watch so you're left alone." I tell her she doesn't need to be sorry, that it's not her fault, but we'll be taking some dessert to go and leaving the restaurant. "Anything in particular you like, Mrs. Flintstone?" she asks, but Rebecca doesn't say a word. I chime in, trying to cover up the awkward silence. "Maybe a couple of different options." I gesture for her to leave, and she nods as she heads to the kitchen to grab some. We're both silent, waiting for her return. "I can't tell you how sorry I am for this, Rebecca, but it's going to be okay. I'm going to get us out of here," I say. After a few moments, Rachel comes back in with 2 to-go boxes full of choices, and we walk out of the room. Cameras are flashing, and people are trying to intercept us all the way to the exit. I block Rebecca from it as Rachel helps us to our car. I open the door and help Rebecca in and climb in beside her. We sit in silence as we drive back home. I keep glancing at her, wondering where her mind is. She's staring at the dash with an emotionless look on her face. It's a long drive until I finally can't take the silence anymore. "I'm so sorry. I don't know who that woman was or why she did that. We had some issues with her a few months ago, but I don't know how she found us. I'm sure you're probably questioning everything right now, wondering why you agreed to this. I absolutely wouldn't blame you if you changed your mind about our arrangement," I blurt out. "Does that happen to you a lot?" she asks, ignoring my subtle attempt at getting her to admit what she's thinking. "Unfortunately, yes, it does. That's why I'd understand if you don't want to do this anymore. I can't make you go through all this hell with me, and I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry for tonight. I truly am. And I'm so sorry for the things she said about you. She had no right to do that. I don't understand how people can be so awful. She had no idea who we were and was saying such horrible things. Obviously, she was drunk or not in her right frame of mind, but she still had the nerve to say them. I know. People suck. I guess I'm just used to it after all these years. Doesn't seem to matter what I do, and someone always has something awful to say. I'll drop you off and go to the studio to let the team know the arrangement's off, I tell her, feeling awful. I didn't say that. I look at her in surprise. What do you mean? She was awful, but it didn't scare me away. It just made me realize how important it is to fix your image because no one should have to go through that. We should have had a nice meal. There was no one there, and I'm sure it was expensive. No one should want to ruin that for you, and I'm going to make sure we put a stop to this. Really? You still want to go through this with me, even after all that? You're so sweet, I say, smiling. I'm not saying it wasn't traumatizing, she giggles, but it doesn't make me want to turn my back on you. I'm going to help you fix this. I don't know why, but I grab her hand and squeeze it as we continue to our house. She's so sweet for wanting to ride this out with me. I don't understand how she doesn't see a glimpse into my crazy life and want to run, but I plan on keeping her around as long as she wants to be here. I'm smiling and thinking about the future as we pull into the driveway. I help her into the house, and we go into the kitchen for a nightcap. I want to get our minds off the events and try to salvage the evening. As I pour her a glass of wine, I smile. "What are you smiling about?" she asks. "Well, I was just thinking about what happened tonight," I say. "And that makes you smile?" I think about what happened, and it makes me cringe all over. She laughs. God, I love your laugh. She stares, caught off guard, and I realize maybe it's a step too far. "Anyways," I say, trying to change the subject. "I was wondering what you wanted to do about it." "What do you mean? Isn't it over with?" "It is, but I'm sure the events will be on the internet for a few days. I was wondering, would you like to get away with me?" Surprise washes over her face, and she's silent for a moment, staring at the wine in her glass. "Are we allowed to do that?" she asks. "Of course we are. We can plan it tonight, and then I'll let Sebastian know about it tomorrow. Where would you like to go?" "How about you tell me where I'd like to go?" She laughs as I grab my laptop off the counter and walk to the couch. We sit and look through pictures of weekend getaways until we both fall asleep in the living room with wine still in our glasses.
Chapter 10. Rebecca. My eyes slowly blink open as I wake to the sound of pans rustling in the kitchen. I look around me and notice the decor of the living room. I don't remember falling asleep on the couch, but I notice a crick in my neck from my slouched position as I sit up. I see 2 glasses on the coffee table, so I wonder where Hugo is. I get up to look for him, and he's standing at the stove scrambling eggs as I walk into the kitchen. He turns and smiles at me as I sit at the bar. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty." He laughs. I feel my cheeks get hot as I comb through my hair with my fingers. "Hey, don't laugh at me. You're the one that had me up too late." I laugh back. I can't see myself, but I can only imagine the mess I look like from spending a night on the couch, and I can't help getting self-conscious. He walks over, hands me a glass of orange juice, and sets a plate of eggs in front of me. "Thank you," I say and drink half the glass. He nods as he sits beside me, and we eat our eggs. It must be the wine leaving my system, but the eggs taste phenomenal, and I eat way too fast. He takes our plates when I finish and sets them in the sink to wash. I start to walk over and help clean up, but he stops me. "I'll take care of this. You can get in the shower, and then I'll jump in when you're done." I head into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. I laugh when I see my appearance in the mirror. You really let him see you like this? I undress and set the water to the perfect temperature. The room fills with steam as I climb in. The hot water pours over me, and it instantly wakes me up. I feel like I'm getting my energy back. I scrub my skin, invigorated, as I think about the events of last night. I'm excited about the idea of our trip and can't wait to leave, even if I don't know where we're going. I jump out of the shower and head to my room to get ready for the day. I dress and do my hair until I hear Hugo out of his room. I grab my purse and meet him in the living room. "Are you ready to upset Sebastian?" he asks. "Let's do it," I say, and we walk out to the car. As we're driving, I feel butterflies dancing in my stomach. I've never been on vacation with a boy before, especially not somewhere as extravagant as he's taking us. and it's nerve-wracking. We pull into the studio, and he parks in the spot closest to the door. I hear us both take a deep breath as we walk through the doors and to Sebastian's desk. He looks at us with a confused expression as Hugo asks to talk to him in the meeting room. We all sit around the table, and Sebastian asks us what's happening. "We wanted to talk to you about something," Hugo says. "Is this about what's all over the news? Because if it is, I've seen it," he responds. "Actually, it kind of is. After last night, we did some thinking. We just came by to tell you that we're going on a week's vacation to escape the mess that woman caused. Plus, it'll be a great way for us to get to know each other better before the interview and the wedding. Somewhere we can't be interrupted." "What? I don't think so," Sebastian yells. The raising of his eyebrows lets me know he's upset. "You're going to spend this week out in the public's face as much as possible, getting this mess to go away. We need people to start seeing you as a cute couple. And put this behind you. You're getting attention. You can't just let that disappear while you go into hiding." Hugo's quiet for a moment. And it looks like he's going to give in. I don't want another repeat of last night, but if that's what they want, I can't say no. There's nothing I can do about it. To my surprise, Hugo starts arguing with him. He's insisting that we go away for the week. When Sebastian still looks resistant, he tries to make a compromise. "Or maybe just until this whole fiasco calms down," he says. Sebastian continues to argue, saying that we need to stay in the face of the public. The public needs to see you out together, that you're not hiding from this because you're ashamed of something. I interrupt. "Won't it look better if the news announces we've left and he's hiding his lover for protection? Plus, we'll be working on music while we're there." Sebastian sighs. "Fine. If you're going to be working, then I can't say no. But where are you going?" he asks, looking at Hugo. Hugo turns to face me. "We tried planning it all night, but she wants me to surprise her. But I promise no one will care about our identity where we're going," he says. As soon as Sebastian nods in agreement, I feel the excitement washing over me again. It feels great knowing that Hugo wants to go so badly that he forces his manager to let him. We return to the car and head home to pack for our trip. As I'm rifling through my closet, looking for the right clothes to take, I realize that I've never gone on a trip this long before. So I'm not sure what to pack. I try to fit as many clothes in the bag as possible because I don't know what we'll be doing or what I want to wear. I even throw in a few lace underpieces just in case. In case of what, I do not know. I don't let myself consider the question any further. Hugo calls for me down the hall. I grab my bag and meet him in the living room. We put our things in the car and head to the airport. Later, when we are boarding the plane, Hugo makes me wear headphones. He does it so I don't hear the intercom telling us what flight we're on. It's a strange feeling, being so detached from everything, but I play along. As soon as the plane takes off, Hugo leans over to me. "I'm not telling you where we're going, but you should sleep because it will be a long flight." He smiles and leans his head back on the headrest. Usually, there is no way I'd fall asleep on a plane like this with someone I don't really know, but I feel comfortable with him and trust him a lot after seeing him protect me. He's such a nice man, and I don't feel the need to worry. I fall asleep thinking about him. I jolt awake as the plane hits the ground. I'm not sure how long I've been out, but I know exactly where we are as soon as I look out the window. I scream in delight, and Hugo laughs at me with a smile on his face. "Oh my God, we're in France?" How does he know this has always been my dream vacation spot? We grab our bags out of the overhead compartments, and he walks us off the plane. My insides jump for joy as we head out of the airport and stand on the sidewalk. Suddenly, a black sedan pulls up to us, and a man gets out to greet us. "My name is Laurent, and I'll be your driver for your stay," he says. I look at Hugo with confusion, but he just smiles as we climb in. "You did all of this?" I ask as we're driving away. Yes, I didn't want us to have to worry about anything, so I planned the whole thing last night when you fell asleep. I can't believe this. It's insane, and I'm so excited. My hands fly over my mouth as I stare at all the scenery out the window. Laurent gives us a tour as he takes us to our location, naming everything we see and giving us a little bit of history behind it. It's mesmerizing seeing all the different things in person. I've researched this place, but it's different seeing it away from a computer screen. Hugo is leaning out my window as Laurent explains one of the buildings, and I can smell his cologne. It's a haunting, musky aroma that makes it hard to concentrate on anything outside the car. It makes me want to grab him and kiss him. I want him to take me right here in the back seat. As soon as I envision him undoing my bra, I immediately press myself against the seat. I'm trying to get as far away from him as possible to stop my dirty thinking. He looks at me when I move in a hurry, but doesn't ask my reasoning behind it. What the hell are you doing? You can't think about him like this. He's not here with you because he loves you. It's a business deal. There's no way he knows this is someplace you've been wanting to go. It has to be a coincidence, I think, as we drive. We continue down the road until we meet a long driveway. Laurent starts driving up it, and it's a windy dirt road on a hillside full of trees. I wonder where we're going when we suddenly come around the last tree, which exposes a massive river rock house. It has giant brown pillars along the front and large pane windows. The roof slants, which tells me there are vaulting ceilings. My jaw is nearly on the floor as Laurent parks and we get out to grab our things. My heart is pounding as we walk up the steps to see the inside. Is it as glamorous as it looks from here?
Chapter 11. Hugo. As I walk Rebecca up the steps to my River Rock mansion, I can't help but notice how beautiful she looks under the porch lights. The snow on the backdrop behind her and the smile on her face makes my heart race. Her eyes sparkle with delight, and her expression is full of excitement as I turn the key and let us in. "This place is beautiful. How did you find it?" she asks. "Actually, I own this place." She turns quickly to face me. "What, seriously?" "Yeah." I laugh at her enthusiasm. It's my favorite vacation spot. I bought it because it's secluded enough to give us our privacy. No one will be around here to recognize us. I watch her walk around the room, running her fingers over everything, looking in awe at the place. She spots a room off the back door and walks in. On the wall hang skis and poles. There's also a clothes rack of fancy gear beside it. "Oh my God, no way! Can we go skiing?" she asks excitedly. "Of course we can! That was part of my plan to keep us busy and keep our minds on good things." "What was your other plan?" I stop for a moment, wondering if I want to tease her with some playboy response. But I decide it's only the first day of our vacation, and I better let us get to know each other better first. "I have a music room. I thought we could play around. You could show me something. Since I'm giving you your big break and all, I should probably at least know how good you are." I laugh and lead her down the hall to the music room. As we walk, her excitement fills me up. Her happiness is infectious, and something about her makes me smile. I've been in the real world, so seeing someone genuinely happy over just the simple things in life gives me a feeling of hope. Maybe not everything in life is that bad, and perhaps not every single person is out to get me. We get to the doorway of the music room, and she instantly gasps when I flip on the light. I have dozens of beautiful instruments lining the walls, and there's a small practice stage in the corner. She's walking around with her hands covering her mouth. "Oh, these are gorgeous. I can't believe this all belongs to you. And in a vacation home, it's insane." She walks past the stage and spots my recording room. "No freaking way. We could record songs here. Have a real recording session. I've never gotten to play around in one of those before." Her hands nearly touch the glass as she gazes at all the buttons and levers. "I'm glad you like it. I'd love to be your first. You know, the first person to record you. The first person to let you in a session? I don't blush, but the look of embarrassment on her face makes my cheeks burn. Oh, perfect. Make it awkward already. I start walking back out to the living room, trying to avoid the awkwardness from my mischoice of wording. Rebecca follows closely behind me, and I suddenly feel proud. I never feel this way about this place, but seeing it through someone else's eyes shows me it truly is a gorgeous mansion, and I need to be proud of it. We get into the living room, and I sit on the couch. I watch as she circles the room again, stopping before the window to glance at the snow. My goodness, it's like diamonds. I can't believe you don't spend more time here. It's freaking gorgeous. She walks over and sits down beside me. I sigh. I would love to get up here more often. It's just hard getting away from work. But I love it up here, and it's a beautiful house. You've helped me remember that. It really is. It's an older house, though. What's the history behind it? I stop and think for a moment, trying to remember. It's been a long time since anyone's asked me that. I almost forgot. I laugh. It was an old French artist's place. I used to vacation here with my mother before she died, and it means a lot to me. This artist died the same year my mother did. So when I started making good money, I looked around and found this. It seemed perfect with the studio all built in and everything. I look around the room, trying not to let her see my sadness. The mention of my mother is still hard for me, all these years later. But I want to keep the tone light, not ready to dive into my grief yet. It must hold a special place for you. I bet you have good memories when you come up here too. She smiles and brings my attention back to her. I do. It's actually where I make my best music. In this business, you are worried about losing fans if you're not constantly working on something new. It's like you're constantly worrying about staying relevant. Don't get me wrong, I love what I do. It's just exhausting sometimes. Her eyes widen and she smiles so big I can see nearly all her teeth. Well, come on, let's go make some music. I half grin at her. The more we talk, the more I realize she's a genuine person with no pretense. She's here to support me and seems genuinely happy to do it. It's refreshing to be around someone who enjoys my company instead of just wanting something from me. Are you sure that's what you want to do first? I ask. She nods excitedly and grabs my hand, pulling me off the couch. She nearly drags me down the hall and throws me into the doorway of the music room. She points at the stage and pulls up a stool for herself in front of it. I'm looking at her in confusion, wondering what she wants me to do. She points at the stage again, gesturing for me to get on it, so I do as she asks. She smiles as soon as I'm in front of the mic. Okay, come on, handsome. Show me something new, she yells. Am I hearing her correctly? Did she call me handsome? I stand in shock for a moment before reaching for a guitar and plugging it in. I strum the strings to test the tune, and surprisingly, it's perfect. I look out at Rebecca, and she has the biggest smile. I don't remember ever seeing a fan look at me the way she is. I feel like her favorite person in the world, and it's a feeling I'm growing to love. My fingers strum the strings again while I try to decide what to play for her, until a song I've been working on in my free time comes to mind. It's a song no one knows about yet, and I feel butterflies in my stomach as I start playing it for her. She's swaying along as I sing for her, and the worry fades away. It's like I'm singing to her personally, and the chorus is right from my heart to her ears. She's suddenly my inspiration, and it's like the words are writing themselves. They're flowing out of me, and I finish the song's ending. Holy damn, I think as I set the guitar down. I've been trying to finish the ending for months, and she just got me to finish it without even trying. I step off the stage and she's clapping. She runs and hugs me. Oh, wow, that song was beautiful. Is that something you and Sebastian have been working on? She asks. Honestly, no, it's something I've been working on by myself. Just in my free time, but it wasn't finished. Until just now. Really? You better write it down before you forget because that was freaking amazing. She walks back to the instruments as I walk into the recording room and grab some sheet paper. I write the last few verses and turn around to see her looking at the guitar I set down. She's gently running her fingers along it. I can't help feeling giddy. What is this? I don't feel this way for anyone. What's going on? I quickly rush to her to get my mind off what I'm thinking. Would you like to try? I ask. Her eyes light up and she jumps up and down. Oh my God, yes please. I laugh and help her onto the stage. Okay, you stand here and I'll go set everything up. When it's ready, I'll be able to talk to you over the speakers. She nods excitedly again, and it inspires me. I haven't been this enthusiastic over music in years, and she's proof that I need to learn how to get it back. Once I'm in the sound room, I set it up and finally do a mic check. She does it perfectly, and I let her know we're ready to start. As soon as her voice fills the speakers, it sends chills down my spine. My heart is pounding with every word she sings, and it's magnificent. It's like she's waking something inside of me with her passion. She shows just as much dedication to her music as I always have, and I can't stop thinking about it. My mind races with visions of us recording songs together, and I can't wait to start. When she finishes her song, I'm still in awe. She walks in, looking eager and nervous. How was I? Did I do okay? Okay. You were fantastic. Get back out there, I want to hear more. She laughs and jogs back to the stage. She sings another song, and it equally gives me chills. Her passion is exciting. I teach her how to run the sound box, and we spend the rest of the day trading off and making music together.
Chapter 12. Rebecca. I look at Hugh. I'm attracted to him. Is he attracted to me? Maybe. Because he's so nice. I shake my head, then decide I'd better not assume anything. Over the next few days, I realize that he's really passionate about music, making it, writing it, and singing it. One night, he stays up all night, just writing and trying out different passages. I know the feeling. I have the same bursts of inspiration. Hearing him, I know I am in my world. I fall asleep to the sound of his voice and music. The next morning, I make breakfast. We eat in silence. I know how he feels. He's still thinking about what he wrote last night. I look at what he has written, and every so often, I give him an idea. Yeah, that'll work. Heh, thanks, Becca. Hugo jumps up and, without warning, he hugs me. I'm surprised, but not scared. Not anymore. I was never appreciative of unwanted physical touch, which is why I added it to the contract. He's right, though, that we have to show we're comfortable with each other if we want this to work. It doesn't stop me from questioning him. What are you doing? I look up into his eyes, curious more than annoyed as I wrap my arms around his torso. Hugo just looks into my eyes. Then he apologizes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that without getting your permission. I grin. I liked it, but I better not say anything. Hugo sighs. Becca, it's not good for you to stay cooped up all day long. Should we go outside? And do you know how to ski? No, I don't. I'll help you learn. It's fun. This is why, several hours later, I am sliding down a snowy slope, trying to stay upright. As I slide down, I scream at the top of my lungs, Hugo! When I get to the bottom of the hill, which should be a mountain, my legs are trembling so badly that I'm finding it hard to stand. I'm also breathless. I drag a breath in so I can speak. Hugo, I stop, cough, and shake my head, then try again. We should go back inside. Wow, yes, your voice is shot. Plenty of cool water for you, then some warm tea. You should also take a warm bath to help your muscles relax. Less than 1 hour later, we are inside Hugo's warm house. I am in a warm tub with the mug of warm tea next to me. I decide not to use my voice for now. My screaming has really affected my voice. Before I get too sleepy, I drag myself out of the tub, dry off, and rub body cream into my skin. I dress in the warmest, fleeciest clothing I have with me. Are you better? Do you need more tea? Hugo looks at me with real concern in his eyes. I nod, then mime that I won't be talking. Finding a notepad and a pen, I scribble out, "Not talking. I want to rest my vocal cords." Good idea. We have some wonderful chicken noodle soup that I'm thawing now. We'll have that with some bread and more hot drinks. I think we overdid it. I see concern on Hugo's face. Quickly, I scribble out my next message. "It's not your fault. I was having too much fun." Well, still, I should have brought you back here sooner. Go sit down and finish your tea. I have some throat lozenges that might help. Gladly, I go to sit down. My resting position, the physical exertion, the warm tea and house all combine to make me fall asleep. When I wake up, it's because the inviting scent of hot chicken soup has nudged me awake. Realizing I am covered with a warm blanket, I toss that aside and get up. Oh, my legs! They hurt! My voice is much better. It's not as rough as it was earlier. You're awake. How are your legs? They're sore. I move carefully to the dining area. And your voice is a little better. He rests the notepad and pen in front of me. No talking for the rest of the day. I nod and take a sip of fresh, hot tea. The nod shows my agreement that I won't be using my voice. I take a spoonful of the soup. Wow, how delicious it is. I mouth the words, "Love it," to Hugo. Hugo's smile stretches all across his face. Thanks. The maintenance man's wife made it. You're going to have a second bowl as well. You used up a lot of calories out there. I nod my agreement. After our casual dinner of chicken soup, I feel much better. Hugo goes back to the kitchen and brings out a plate of cookies. Cookies always give a good ending to dinner, don't they? I nod enthusiastically. On my plate, I have 2 large sugar cookies. I smile at Hugo and start enjoying the cookies. They are sweet, but not too sweet. It feels just like the rest of this trip. After I go to my room and get in bed, I lie awake, just thinking of this unexpected day. I am getting to know Hugo better, and that's always good. He surprises me. I think about my surprise attraction to him. I grew up in the foster care system. Removed from my mother at an early age, no one ever stepped up to adopt me, or even really make sure that my needs were met in the group home that I lived at. Some of the staff was more interested in hurting than helping. After what happened to me in the group home, I'm still not sure that I can trust anyone, especially men. I suppose it's why I've always been so protective of myself. So, realizing that Hugo and physical touch doesn't send me into a panic attack is a real stunner. Eventually, the exertion of the day overcomes me and I fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, the bright sun on my face wakes me up. I sit up and realize that I didn't have a nightmare last night. I slept restfully for the first time in a long time. Maybe I should get exhausted every day to keep them from happening. Out of bed, I gather my things and go to the bathroom to shower. Once I am done, I turn my attention to my hair. My short pixie cut makes styling so easy, I flick a comb through my short hair. Good morning, sleepyhead. You slept well last night. Hugo was standing at the stove, making eggs and bacon. Coffee's over there. I did sleep well. I think learning to ski, then spending all day long on the slopes made me tired. Hugo looks at me. A good tired, I hope. Yeah, a good tired. What are we doing today? You are going to take it physically easy. If your voice is back to normal, just some light vocal warm-ups, but nothing else. I'll be writing a song that I've had in my brain for a few weeks. My voice feels like it's back to normal. Can I watch you work on your song, please? Hugo looks up at me. Sure. Do you want to write songs too? I don't know. Maybe. I'd love to learn from someone like you. Sounds good to me then. After breakfast and cleanup, we go into his small studio. It's almost as well equipped as his studio in LA. Okay, start slow and soft. Vocal exercises with this note. Hugo hits the middle C. I start and taking care to nurse my voice along. I go through my vocal exercises. You're an alto, right? Yeah, but I can reach higher notes when I use my head voice. Do you feel like you can sing your lowest note, then your highest? I'd like to see what your actual range is. Let me drink some water first. I give my vocal cords time to adjust after drinking water. Okay, ready. Starting with a G below middle C. He plays the note. I sing the note. Hugo goes down the keyboard until I reach the lowest note in my range. Next, he takes me up, going from the D after middle C. Wow, you have a great range. When you're ready to perform your own music, you'll have a lot of ground to cover. I nod. Thanks. Yeah, I just want to think about it and see if it's something I can do. The rest of the time we are in his studio, Hugo works on his music. He tries different parts of his new song with different instruments. And when he finds something he likes, he adds the notes to his vocals. The next day we go into town. People are not as familiar with Hugo here in France as they are in the United States. This means we are free to go from shop to restaurant. Nobody bothers him. When he walks into a business, the manager or owner greets him with a huge smile and handshake, then leads him to what he wants to find. We step into a quaint little restaurant when we get hungry. Sitting in a corner, we enjoy glasses of wine and bread with cheese. Spotting a hearty soup on the menu, I order that. Hugo orders the French onion soup. The waiter brings a bowl full of crusty bread, which is just perfect with the soup. After lunch, we continue walking around the little town. It's actually good for my sore muscles, which are still recovering from all the skiing we did the other day. As we walk home, it begins to snow. It's fine at first, but then the snow gets heavy. I don't know how heavy it's going to get, so we should hurry. Hugo takes my hand and helps me to walk a little faster. Just be careful that you don't slip. Hugo, I grew up in a very snowy state. All we have to do is walk like the penguins walk, like this. I demonstrate the odd side-to-side gait of a penguin walking. Hugo grins, but he is willing to try. Keeping his hand around mine, he imitates my walk. It is less slippery. We get home without falling. It's a good thing, too. We have a snowstorm overnight.
Chapter 13. Hugo. We're back out on the slopes and I am teaching Becca to ski. I've been teaching her for roughly 2 hours now. I'm standing at the bottom of the slope with my arms open so I can catch her. I laugh. She's screaming as she races down toward me. Both of us are in ski gear, which makes it safer for us. Becca slides down into my arms. She's tiny, but her impact makes me stumble and fall down. Because my arms are securely wrapped around her, she falls on top of me. We roll around on top of the snow, just giggling and laughing. We stop rolling around and Becca stays on top of me. I smile at her. Oh, damn. I don't want to be aware of how she feels on top of me. My heart pounds, then skips a beat. Oh, I am damn no teenager who gets excited at the smallest thing. She's 10 years younger than I am. I swallow hard and tell her to stand up. She must hear my tone of voice because now she looks embarrassed. That's the last thing I want to do. Now she's just staring down at her feet. Damn, she's so cute. I hurriedly change the topic, wanting to cover up my blunder. I ask if she's ready to eat. She agrees readily, and I sense that we're both relieved to move past our awkward moment. We hurry inside to put our skis and other gear away and clean ourselves up. When we're finally ready, I wait for her by the door. Can I hold your hand? Becca stares at me, quizzically, and it's as if I can read her mind. there's no paparazzi here. So who is the performance really for? My mind races, trying to think of an excuse. But before I can offer one, her face relaxes and she nods. We walk to the nearest cafe as I hold her hand, looking like an old married couple. Once we're inside, we order. Yes, I would like some coffee, please. Rebecca orders hot tea and we both order a hot, hearty soup. It seems like all we've been eating lately, but it's perfect for this kind of weather. LA is usually too hot to enjoy these kind of meals, more of a salad town. As we wait for our coffee, tea, and soups, we chat. I want to get to know her better, so that's what I focus on. Where she came from and what brought her into music. I was born in Montana. I went to school and graduated, then decided it was time to experience new things that I wanted to experience. Here, Becca goes quiet, and she seems to disappear inside herself. What's that all about? She just seems to disappear. Becca? Hello? Becca starts and stares at me, seeming to come back to the here and now. Oh, I was just thinking about how I got from Montana to LA. I've always known that I want to sing. I just can't see myself doing anything else. I got hired on at your studio, and the rest is history. Becca's smile seems forced. Huh? There's something there. Something happened to her. Maybe when she was younger. I've known that music is all I want to do. I grew up in a small town not far from LA. As soon as I could, I dropped out of college so I could just work with my band. We made an album, then we made two. Our music seemed to resonate with people. And here we are. Just like you. Well, you've succeeded. People love you. They love your music. You have an entire studio. I laugh. I do. And it's great. I'm my own boss. I push myself and everyone in the studio hard. Well, Sebastian does a lot of the pushing. Becca's tone of voice is rueful. Yeah, he does, I admit. There are times where I've clashed with him. He wanted to do something and it was too soon. But then, he helped me come up with you and me, all to help me get out of that mess. Do you think he's going to be able to get you out of this? She asks. He seems a little resistant. I shrug my shoulders. He's been looking out for me for a long time. I know he can come on strong, but I do trust him. He wants the best outcome for me. We just don't always agree on how to get there. She nods. I can understand that. Well, for what it's worth, I'll try to follow whatever you guys decide. I know at the beginning I was a little nervous, but I trust you. My emotional reaction shocks me. I have to swallow hard to push down that lump of rock in my throat. I look away because I feel tears burning in my eyes. Wow. Well, thanks. Even with my bad boy reputation, you trust me. Becca narrows her eyes, seeming to think. Yeah, even with that. I can't help it. I'm still holding her hand. I squeeze it. In turn, Becca turns her hand in mine and gives me a quick squeeze back. Back in my house, Becca and I continue working on our music. I finally have a breakthrough on the song I've been working on. Not wanting to mess up a wonderful thing, I put it away and begin helping Becca with her vocal exercises. Okay, you did great with your workout. I don't want to push your voice too far. May I look at some of your music? Becca looks away shyly. I don't really have anything written out. I cover other artists' songs mostly. But I do want to write my own songs. Someday. Okay, well, can I hear you sing, say, Juice? Becca's eyes widen in recognition. By Lizzo? Okay, I need a little time to practice. No, I want you to sing it cold. Now, Becca's eyes really widen. See cold? Yeah, this is how I test my backup singers and their ability to sing a song of my choosing, and do it well. Becca swallows. Okay. She drinks some water and begins softly humming the first bars of the song. Then she inhales, opens her mouth, and lets it rip. After the last note of the song fades away, Becca looks at me. Well? I'm officially blown away. Wow, you did wonderful. Have you tried to sing that before? Not for anyone. I just sang it when I was alone. Damn, girl. Becca, you have a real career ahead of you. Becca grins again. I just look at her for a few minutes. I'm measuring her potential as a recording artist. She has the look. Her innocence is matched by her innocent appearance. There's a girl-next-door quality that can really appeal to the right audience. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. When we get home, we'll look at your music contract again. Now that I know just how well you can sing, you're not going to be a backup singer standing at the back of the stage anymore. You're going to be working on your voice and refining your appearance. You're beautiful just as you are. But if we just bring out what makes you beautiful, people will look and they'll buy your music. Becca just stares at me, her mouth open. She stands up quickly. Do you think I'm ready? It's really sudden. I feel for her. It hasn't been long for her since we met and got engaged. She has a lot of changes she's having to deal with. I can tell she lacks confidence in herself, which is such a shame because she has so much talent. Her fear of failure is probably the largest thing holding her back. Okay, just take your time. No need to make decisions right away. For the rest of the day, we are quiet and low-key. We make dinner together and just chat about whatever we want to talk about. And I have to remind myself often that she's too young for me, because when it's just the two of us alone, it starts becoming much too easy to forget. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 14. Rebecca. It starts snowing heavily in the afternoon, so we go back home and just stay inside. Looking at me, Hugo asks if I want to eat. Yes, I'm hungry. Come on, keep me company. Getting up, Hugo pulls me up and we move to the kitchen. As I watch him pulling out cookware and ingredients for our meal, I realize he has talents in more than just singing. The man is a wonderful cook. It's hard to believe someone so famous ever needs to cook for himself. But then it occurs to me that once he was just plain old Hugo. I wonder what that Hugo was like. As if he can hear my thoughts, he begins to offer his life story. The distraction of the food preparation allows him to open up, and he tells me about his childhood. He comes from a small town outside LA and considered himself a small town boy. Times were tough for him, and he lived in a trailer park growing up. His father was absent, and his mother struggled a lot to keep them both afloat. It's a new side of him, realizing that he didn't always have so much at his disposal. What about you? Your childhood? He asks. I pause, not wanting to talk about my lousy upbringing. I look down, not wanting to disappoint Hugo. He just told me so much about himself, but it still takes me a moment to draw the courage to share my own story. Hey, look at me. Hugo's voice is so gentle. I look up at him and see only compassion in his eyes, no condemnation. I sigh and feel my heart pounding double time. Well, Well, I grew up in a small town in Montana. You could just call it Nowheresville. It's that small. I spent most of my childhood in a group home. It wasn't good. I look around, wanting to disappear. His eyes show his concern. Okay, he says softly. What happened to you? I got bullied a lot, and the staff was just as bad as the kids. One of the staff took advantage of me, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I ran away. I left the state and lived on my own. I put myself through community college. Hugo is so understanding. He doesn't try to force me to tell him what happened. Instead, he sympathizes with me about my damn childhood. Hey, you should at least be proud of everything you've managed. Not many foster kids leave the system having it all together. He taps the side of his head. Superstardom will be easy for you after all that. I laugh, happy with the change of tone. Though I like Hugo enough that I don't mind sharing with him, it's still a topic I'm not eager to discuss. Hugo steers this deep conversation into lighter waters. Have you always wanted to sing? Yes, my music teacher in Montana told me I had a gift. I've always loved to sing, so when I started community college, I majored in a voice program and developed what I have. Wow, that is fantastic. I set the table for two as Hugo finishes cooking dinner. Ooh, it smells so good. Where did you learn how to cook? We were dirt poor, so I had to help out. After school, I worked in a diner in our little town. The cook wanted to retire, so he taught me everything I know. He pauses, then adds one last thought. I went to college, but I didn't finish. I was too impatient to start playing my music. My mom died when I was 19, and it really motivated me to just go for it. Hugo fills my plate with food. Smelling what is on my plate, I close my eyes and moan in appreciation. When did you make the roast chicken? This morning, actually. I saw the clouds moving in, and it just isn't a good night to be out there. Wow. So all you had to do was add the potatoes and make the salad? And dessert. I didn't make that. It's a tart. I pick up my fork and start eating. Every bit is. Just heaven. After we finish, I help him clean up. Hey, you don't need to help? No, you cooked. I help you clean up. Hugo shrugs. Okay, thanks. After dinner, we move to the living room. Hugo opens a bottle of champagne and we sit in front of the fireplace, soaking up its warmth. Our conversation is easy and full of laughter. The champagne warms and relaxes me, so much so that at one point, I am so relaxed that I lean back against the back of the sofa and allow my head to rest on Hugo's shoulder. Slowly, our conversation ebbs, and I just stare into the crackling fire. By now, I am fully relaxed. Hugo has one arm wrapped around my shoulder. His fingers are gently rubbing my upper arm. When he takes my champagne glass away from me, I'm surprised. He sets my glass next to his, then turns me around to face him. Our faces are very close to each other. I look into his gray eyes. They have a distinctive cat-like appearance. I lift my hand to his wavy hair and allow my fingers to play in the waves. His hair is thick and just gorgeous. Hugo plays with my own short pixie cut. I smile softly at him and alternate looking into his eyes and at his beautiful mouth. I'm flirting. Soon, Hugo gathers me closer to his hard body. Our lips are just about touching, and Hugo moves his head down just enough to meet my lips with his. I gasp. His kiss is so hot. I scoot even closer to him so I can reach his mouth more easily. I'm so much shorter than he is that I have to position myself well to give myself access. The longer we kiss, the more intense our lip play is. Hugo moans as his tongue plays with my lips and teeth. Soon he has made entry inside my mouth, and our tongues tangle with each other. I pull away and gasp. I need to stop for a minute. Are you okay? Was it too much? Hugo sounds worried. I'm okay. I just haven't kissed like this before. Hugo's voice is low, flirtatious. Oh, well, then just stay here and we'll just slow it down a bit. Feeling more relaxed, I giggle. You feeling pretty good too? Oh, more than you could even imagine. I grin and look into his beautiful eyes. I could really get addicted to the sight of those eyes. After our kissing session, they seem to have gotten darker. His eyelids are at half-mast, but I get the feeling he isn't sleepy at all. You know your eyes are bright and shiny right now, and your mouth looks like it has been freshly kissed. Like this. Hugo lowers his head again and captures my lips. Soon I feel his hands roaming over my back. It feels like the most natural thing in the world, as if we should have been doing this from the very beginning.
Chapter 15. Hugo. All we've done is make out, but it feels so intense. There is no other word that fits. I want so badly to see her entire body, nude. Her chocolate skin, alight with desire, is a fantasy I hope I'll be able to realize tonight. We kiss and kiss, our bodies melting together. Everything about the moment feels so perfect that I don't want it to end. It feels surprisingly natural, coming to me effortlessly. I've been with other women, but even in the heat of the moment, it's always been different. I've never felt so relaxed, so comfortable. With the others, it's been going through the necessary motions. I do the obvious steps, but I'm always aware of myself. This time, my head is completely turned off. I'm not thinking about anything, just feeling. And every new feeling that floods my body is amazing. We grope each other, hot with pleasure. She lets me take off her shirt and doesn't object when I pull my own off as well. Our bare skin touches, sparking even more want in me than I knew possible. I run my hands over her smooth back, pulling her closer. I can't get enough. Everything inside of me continues to build, and before I know it, I'm tugging at even more of her clothing. I want to see all of her, and the little voice in my head that is supposed to be holding me accountable is going suspiciously quiet. But when I reach for the top of her shorts, Becca grabs my hand. Is she afraid? My mind flashes back to remember that she originally had been against me touching her at all. We're a bit past that now, but I might be moving too fast. I wait, watching her questioningly. When she speaks, I realize how much she relies on me. Is it really okay for us to do this? I don't know. I look into her face and I see that she really is confused. She looks willing and trusting, but something about that nags at my conscience. She's waiting for me to tell her what to do. It strikes me how she is depending on me to lead her, and I don't want to lead her into something she'll regret. Releasing the waistband of her shorts, I swallow. Hard. I feel like I'm taking advantage of her and her innocence. I sigh. No. It's not okay right now. You're still getting to know me. Hell, we're both still getting to know each other. And right now, in the depth of the passion we're both feeling, we're not in the right mindset to make such a big decision. We're supposed to be partners, not just bedmates. For a moment, I'm proud of my maturity. It seems like the correct answer. She's reluctant, and I don't want to be the one who has to convince her. If she needs convincing, it's probably just not a good idea at all. She told me earlier that she trusted me, and that meant the world to me. I don't want to do anything to break that, and I certainly don't want to damage her. None of this is what she originally agreed to. As much as I'd love to take her right now, it no longer feels okay. I've spent so many years being careless with people's feelings, but maybe it's never too late to change that. Becca is finally showing me why I need to, and I'm so grateful to her for that. Maybe there's still hope for me after all. My sense of satisfaction quickly fades when I catch her crestfallen expression. She looks disappointed and embarrassed, which confuses me. Wasn't this what I was supposed to say? Aren't I being a gentleman right now? Oh. Becca's voice is quiet. Slowly, she separates herself from me. Reaching down, she finds her bra and puts it on. Looking down, she finds her top. That goes on, hiding all of her glorious, beautiful body. She stands. "No, we can still talk!" My voice sounds frantic with loss. I wanted to give her a way out of sleeping with me, not drive her away entirely. How has this gone so far off the rails? Looking down, then back up, Becca gives me a small smile. There's no need to say anything. She turns, looks for her socks and shoes, picks them up and goes to her room. Damn. What did I just do? Why did I let her get to me so easily? Is it because she's so innocent? Yes, we're getting married. But it's a business arrangement. There's no love in this. Is there? Damn! I slam my fist against the arm of the sofa, then immediately shake my arm. I'm letting my fascination with Becca's innocence get to me. The sooner I remember this, the better. Well, one good thing. The pain in my wrist makes my hard-on vanish. Feeling disgusted with myself, I grab my own clothing, turn off the lights, make sure the door is locked, and check the security system. Running upstairs, I go into my own room. Tossing my clothes and shoes, I watch them fly and land all over the place. I hate disorder. It's probably one of my least rockstar traits. I know I'm supposed to live in filth and pay lots of maids to clean up after me. But growing up in a tiny trailer teaches you a lot about clutter and staying organized. I pick everything up and put it away. In my bathroom, I brush and floss my teeth, refusing to look at myself in the mirror.
Chapter 16. Rebecca. I wake up to the sun spilling through the blinds, and I smile as I glance around the room, remembering I'm on vacation. But the happiness quickly fades when I remember last night's events. Why am I so stupid? Why does Hugo have this effect on me? Rolling out of bed, I grab the glass of water off the nightstand and take a few large gulps. I sigh as I set it back down. This can't be happening. How am I going to face him after this? What if he thinks I'm some little girl who can't control her feelings and calls this whole thing off? I'm so angry with myself. I know that our agreement is the only reason we're here. But after the last few days, it's been hard to keep reality and our play acting separate. It's definitely gotten the best of me. The shower is calling my name, so I walk into the bathroom to start the water, hoping to wash away my embarrassment. I stare at myself in the mirror, trying to remember why I forgot the agreement and went too far. The steam fills the room, telling me it's the perfect temperature, so I undress and climb in. The water runs boiling, turning my skin beet red, mildly numbing the feeling of disgust I have. I sit under it as long as I can, but it doesn't seem to help enough. It doesn't wash away as I want, and I still feel ridiculous. I shake my head, not knowing how to get past this, and wondering if he'll be able to look past it long enough to get through the agreement. We both need this to work, and I hope he doesn't let one stupid mistake ruin this. I need my end to hold up just as much as he needs his. My skin is starting to wrinkle, and the water is getting cold, so I turn it off and climb out with the last layer of my skin. I dry myself off and notice the stinging of my skin as I wrap the towel around me. I wipe away the steam off the mirror and stare at my reflection. I don't think I look too bad. I want to look a bit more beautiful today to show him what he's missing out on. So I spend some extra time pampering. I put on my makeup a bit thicker than usual and pay extra attention to my hair. Once I finish, I walk back into my room and get my outfit on. My skinny jeans and low-riding t-shirt help me feel seductive. I want him to feel bad for letting me go. I finally feel ready to see him, but as I walk out of the bedroom, I can't find him anywhere. Where can he be? I wonder, as I make my way into the living room. I look in the kitchen and glance out with the ski gear, but there's no sign of him anywhere. Suddenly, I hear music from down the hall and instantly know where he is. I walk down the hall and grab the doorknob, but it's locked. Seriously? I think, and walk into the kitchen. I'm irate as I rifle through the fridge, looking for food. I grab a few snacks and head into the living room. I flip on the TV and eat my snacks while patiently waiting for him to come out. If he can be man enough to stop me, he can be man enough to explain why, I think, as I flip through the channels. I find a slasher movie and watch it while I'm waiting. Afternoon rolls around, and he still hasn't come out, so I decide to make myself some dinner and eat it in my room. He's obviously not coming out, so there's no point in being uncomfortable out here, I think, as I walk to my room. While I sit on the bed with my plate in my lap, I can't stop thinking about how he's acting. Scenarios are running through my mind as I try to figure out how to fix this. I need my big break so badly, and I can't let this dumb incident ruin it. Suddenly, I hear footsteps down the hall. I hear Hugo as he walks into the kitchen, but I don't move. I stay in my spot on the bed, feeling the fire burning inside me with every cabinet door I hear close. How mature is he, waiting for me to leave the living room before he comes out? Is he really trying this hard to avoid me? I hear him rustling around the fridge, which angers me even more. I don't understand why he's acting like this. Sure, I misread things, but now he's going to allow it to be awkward. Doesn't our agreement mean more to him than letting some dumb issue end it all? I reach for my remote and angrily turn on the TV. I find a movie to watch that will calm me down enough until I can fall asleep. The sound of the outside door wakes me up, and as I blink, I notice it's daytime again. I hop out of bed to look out my window and see Hugo trekking through the snow. He's wearing his ski gear but doesn't have skis. He sits out on the picnic table outside, looking in the direction of the farthest mountain. Oh, good. Today isn't going to be any better, I think, as I get my clothes on for the day. I spend all day hiding out in my room, and he hides outside or in the music room. I can't tell if he's playing new music or blasting old ones. The next 3 days aren't much different. It's uncomfortable and quiet. He barely leaves the music room, so I lock myself in my bedroom. I hardly hear him come out, and it's always after I shut my door. This is so awkward. Instead of relaxing, this one stupid thing is going to ruin it. God, what the hell is wrong with me? I can't believe I got carried away during the kiss. Of course, he doesn't like me the way I like him. I'm obviously not his type. Everyone he's been with before is the exact opposite of me. He drives me crazy in so many different ways. His kiss is magical. I can't explain the way it makes me feel. It's like it brings me to life and opens a new door for me. But I start to think about our differences, making me feel self-conscious. I'm not a virgin, but if I compare myself to him, I might as well be. No wonder he doesn't want me. No, I can't think like this. This can't be the reason he doesn't want me. He's not this conceited. It has to be something else. I can't help but wonder what I need to do. After all, he's only doing what we agreed on in the first place. We're returning home in 2 days, and we can't be this awkward. I'm so angry at him for this, but at the same time, I can't blame him because I am the one that initiated the no sex clause. He's only doing what the contract says. Is it too late to change it? Am I going to have to leave here in frustration? I reach for my bag and pull out our contract, not ready to give up. I flip through the pages until I find the part of the contract that is the no sex clause. Suddenly, an idea pops into my head. I bite my lip as I erase it. I can't run from this, and I need to face it head on to fix it. I take a deep breath as I leave my room and head down the hall to the music room. My heart nearly jumps out of my chest when I reach the door, and I stand still for a moment, trying to calm it down. I'm breathing heavily as I reach for the knob, and to my surprise, it's open this time. I walk in, holding the contract in my hand. Hugo turns to look at the door. "What do you want?" he asks. speaks in confusion. He isn't angry, but surprised. I walk over to him and throw the contract in his lap. "Read it," I say. My head is spinning and I feel faint as he picks it up. He flips through the pages, and shock spreads across his face when he sees the particular clause about no sex is gone. "What are you doing?" he asks. My face heats up at the question, and it feels like it's on fire. My whole body feels it, and my chest tightens, my nerves on edge. Am I going to put myself out there just to be humiliated? "I want you. Hugo, I'm not a child. I'm fully capable of doing what I want." My fists clench with anticipation as I wait for an answer. His eyes stare into my soul, and I can feel the tension building as he stands up. "Are you sure?" he asks, moving closer to me. I nod my head, yes, too breathless to speak. He's nearly inches from my face now as he says, "There's no takebacks, Rebecca." "Are you sure?" he repeats. I can see the desire and the longing all over his face. He's clenching the stool seat behind him like it's keeping him steady. I stand completely still, trying to find the words to express my feelings right now, but I can't seem to find them. Instead, I lunge for him until our lips meet. His lips are warm and smooth, and the chapstick he has on tastes like strawberries. It drives me wild, and I can't help myself. I softly bite his bottom lip and glide my teeth across it seductively.
Chapter 17, Hugo.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylerWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 18, Rebecca. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylerWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylerWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 19, Hugo. I roll over and see Rebecca lying next to me, sleeping peacefully. She looks so beautiful, even with her hair all a mess from our events last night. God, she's fantastic. I can't believe she's in my bed. It's like a dream. As I walk to the bathroom, visions of her facial expressions fly through my mind. She's so sexy, and I love it. I don't know why this happened, but I'm so glad we let it, because it's a night I'll never forget. All I can think about is wanting to take advantage of our time here. I want to show her around and show her off. I excitedly walk back to the bed and kiss her lips gently. I want to wake her peacefully and not startle her. It takes a couple of kisses before I see movement, and her eyes start to open slightly. She smiles as soon as she sees me, and I kiss her again. This time I'm getting some action back. Her warm lips feel so good on mine. I keep seeing visions of her biting them at me, and I'm starting to feel like I want to stay in bed all day. I quickly move away from her, so I don't give in to my desires. Sorry to wake you, but I was wondering if you'd like to go sightseeing a little today. The village is gorgeous, especially this time of year, and I thought you might want to look at some shops while we're there, I ask. She nods. Yeah, that sounds like fun, but can we grab some food at some point because I'm starving? Of course, you worked up an appetite last night. I laugh and walk to my bag to grab some clean clothes. Man, do you have to put those on? She asks, hugging me from behind. I mean, I don't have to, but the villagers might look at me a little funny if I don't, I say, laughing. She hits me playfully before walking out to get her clothes, and I watch her walk down the hall. I stare at her perfect ass and the perfect way it sways as she walks. Goddamn, she's so sexy. I snap myself out of it, remembering that I need to focus. I walk into the bathroom to freshen up and hear her singing down the hall. I can't get over how beautiful she sounds. She appears about 20 minutes later, fully dressed and ready to go. I walk out of the bathroom and grab her hand. We walk out to the car, and Laurent is already warming up the car. I help her in and climb in beside her. Laurent starts driving, and I lose her to the scenery. She grabs my hand out of nowhere but doesn't break her stare out the window. My heart is beaming with joy, and I like her so much. I don't know if I'll call what I feel love just yet, but I want to explore it. Our first stop is a fast food place serving breakfast sandwiches. She's scarfing down her sandwich, and I can't help but smile. I love how real she is around me. Most women try to act like they don't eat, but she is enjoying every bite. Finally, Laurent finds a parking space and we get out. I throw our wrappers in the trash and we walk hand in hand down the sidewalk. She keeps randomly kissing me on the cheek, and every single time I get the chills. I'm not sure what I'm feeling, but she makes me happy, and that's all that matters. I can figure out the whole meaning behind my feelings later. She's adorable to watch as she glances in shop windows. Her excitement over everything is refreshing. I love that she reminds me to enjoy the simple things. I too often lose myself in schedules and scenes that I ignore the small things around me. Suddenly, a woman walks into the store we're in with a dog on a leash and walks beside us. Rebecca's face lights up, and she asks the woman if she can pet it. She looks like a kid on Christmas morning when the owner says yes. Watching her pet it and letting it all over her is adorable. When they finally walk away, I can't help myself. I lean in and kiss her lips passionately. She kisses me back, and the whole store fades away for a moment. The noise, the lights, the people, everything stops, and it's just us two standing in the middle of the room. I forget everything around me, and I'm melting into her. I don't know how long we've been kissing, but suddenly she pulls back. If you don't stop, we're going to have to go home. She laughs and continues down the aisle. I watch as she walks, and my fingers are on my lips. They're on fire and tingling at the same time. She's like a drug to me. Are you coming? She yells from across the store. I snap back into reality and run to find her. She laughs as I jog up to her, and she has a bag in her hands. I wanted candy. I'm glad you got some. They have the best in town, I say, and retake her hand. She rubs my bicep with her other hand and lays her head against my arm as we stroll. I'm so comfortable with her. She's so easy to be around, and for once, I feel like I'm with someone I can be myself with. There's no pretending with her, and I love it. It's a feeling I don't want to lose. We spend the rest of the afternoon shopping and sightseeing, randomly kissing each other. Bystanders smile at us, and I feel like I'm in a romance movie. God, me a year ago would be laughing at myself right now. How do I like this? What is she doing to me? I think as she pulls me along to follow her to the last stop on the street. Her happiness engulfs me like she's so happy it's boiling over and filling me up too. It's the best feeling in the world. I start to notice how cold it's getting, and her cute nose is twitching. Should we call it a day and head back? I ask as she takes another bite of her candy. Please, don't get me wrong, I've loved spending the day with you like this, but I'm freezing. She laughs, and we head back to the car to find Laurent. The car is toasty as we climb inside, and he has cups of coffee waiting for us. We thank him and buckle up as he drives back to the house. She's lying on me the whole way, and it feels like home. I can't believe I'm thinking like this about her. It's so not like me. But maybe that's what I need, I think, as we pull into the driveway. We head inside and say goodbye to Laurent. I walk into the kitchen to throw away our coffee cups, and she takes off her coat. It was such a nice date today. Thank you, she says. It really was. I loved being out and about with you. I can't wait to do it again, I respond. As soon as the words leave my lips, my phone starts to ring. I pull it out of my pocket and see Sebastian's contact photo. Hello, I say as I put it to my ear and step into the other room. He tells me we must board a flight and head back to the country tonight. I try to argue with him, insisting we need more time here together. But he says it's urgent and won't take no for an answer. I angrily hang up and walk back into the kitchen, slamming my phone on the counter. Damn it! I yell. Worry crosses Rebecca's face. What's wrong, babe? She asks. That was Sebastian. He says we have to go back tonight. Tonight? Did he say why? No, he didn't. He just said it's urgent. I tried arguing, but he won't take no for an answer. I'm so sorry. No, I understand. It's okay. Let's go start packing. We walk to our rooms and gather our things. I'm angry as I pack my stuff. I don't like that we have to leave in the first place, and now it's even earlier. I just keep thinking that I hope whatever news Sebastian has that's making us go home is worth us leaving our little love getaway here. As I'm sticking the last of my clothes in my bag, Rebecca walks in carrying hers. It surprises me to see a smile instead of a frown on her face. Thank you for understanding, I say, and grab my bag to walk toward her. Of course. This is business, right? She says, and we walk out to the front door. Laurent helps us pack our things into the car, and I turn off all lights and lock the door behind us. I have someone that comes and cleans it once I leave, I tell her as we get in the car. She chuckles. Oh, good, I was hoping you didn't leave it like that. We laugh, and Laurent takes us to the airport. My phone dings with a notification. It's an email from Sebastian with our plane tickets. We get through airport security and check our bags. The stewardess walks us up front to first class, and we take our seats. It's silence between us for a few moments, and I can't tell if it's sadness or I'm reading too much into it. Suddenly, Rebecca turns to me with worry on her face. So what happens now?
Chapter 20. Rebecca. Oh my God, there's no way I'm saying this to Hugo out loud. As soon as the words escape my lips, I instantly regret them. I'm not ready to hear his response, and I'm cringing even thinking about me putting him on the spot like this. Please be in my head. Please be in my head. But the look on his face tells me it isn't in my head, and I immediately feel guilty for being so confrontational. I start apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I thought when I asked you that. I shouldn't have asked what was going to happen now. That wasn't fair. I shouldn't have assumed anything would be... I'm rambling, trying to mask my embarrassment. But Hugo cuts me off. You have nothing to be sorry for. You have every right to ask me that. But it's a simple answer because nothing is changing. He says. My heart drops, and his words ring in my ears. Why do I let myself act so stupid? How can I think a guy like him will be into a girl like me for anything more than sex? It breaks my heart to know where he stands, but I can't even be upset with him because I hurt myself. I look down at my hands, trying not to cry. I know it's stupid, and his answer doesn't surprise me, but it just hurts so much worse hearing it out loud. I can feel him looking at me, but I know if I look up at him, I'll lose it, and I don't want to embarrass myself more than I already have. He tugs on my shoulder to get me to look at him, but I don't move. My head falls in my hands, and I hide my face. No, I mean, nothing's changing in the sense that you'll still be acting as my fiancé, but that it won't be a problem because we're lovers now, he says in a panicking tone. A wave of peace washes over me, but I can't speak. It feels so overwhelmingly good to know I misread his answer. I feel my cheeks heat and my pulse starts to race. I hug him, but don't say a word as we sit through the flight. I think I'm in shock and can't form a proper feeling about his response, but he falls asleep, so he doesn't even notice. As soon as we land and get off the plane, we're walking with our bags, and his words finally hit me. He says we're lovers. It's not just me. He's enjoying this too. My excitement overtakes me, and I hug him. He kisses me in the middle of the airport's busiest part, and I gasp as it takes me by surprise. I don't know why it feels different than before, but now it's so much better. I kiss him back passionately as we let the whole airport know we're together for real. A taxi picks us up outside the airport. All I want to do is go home and celebrate his announcement. I want to commemorate the name he has for us lovers, but we immediately head to the studio instead, eager to hear what Sebastian has to say. The whole ride over, I can't stop thinking about us and what the last few days mean for us moving forward. His words keep replaying in my mind, and I'm wondering how he truly feels. If we're only lovers, or if there's more. Until I conclude that I don't care if this is an act or whatever we do together. I don't know if he has feelings for me or if it's just physical, but I'm willing to accept whatever he can give me, even if it's not love. I want to be with him in whatever way he's available. I keep going over it all in my mind until we pull into the studio and walk inside. I'm nervous when Sebastian is at the door to greet us, welcoming us back with a shove into the meeting room. Usually, when someone comes home from vacation, you ask for details. But Sebastian doesn't start with small talk. He doesn't ask questions about our trip or if we're getting along better. He jumps right into what we're here for. So there's been some changes over the last few days, he says, crossing his hands on the desk. My nerves spike as his demeanor goes from ordinary to serious. What do you mean? What changes are you talking about? Hugo asks with concern in his expression. I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling this way, I think, as Sebastian begins telling us. Well, while you were gone, someone came out to prove that you weren't harassing Charlotte and that the two of you aren't having an affair. Holy damn, seriously? That's awesome, Hugo responds. He looks at me with a huge smile on his face and I reciprocate it. Public opinion was turning against her. People were starting to believe your innocence. So we went ahead and had our blogger do their big reveal on how you've been with Rebecca for so long, getting the story out to show your side of things. It was the perfect time to put the final nail in her case. Hugo pauses for a moment. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad that's out there now, I guess. I didn't know we were going to do that. I can't tell if he's upset at Sebastian or the situation, but whatever it is, it changes his emotions. Sebastian continues. We needed to make sure there was no possible way she could deny it or try to cause any issues. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and along with you being clear of the rumors with her, someone also leaked information about her husband. Apparently, he's a hardcore gambler. And he has mistresses outside of their marriage, so he's the one cheating. With all of his secrets and lies, there's no way he'll be able to do a damn thing to you now. What? Really? So what happens now then? Hugo asks. I'm not saying a word as they converse back and forth. Sebastian's news is exciting because I'm so glad Hugo's reputation is in the clear, but it also saddens me. Sebastian is saying everything that all of the problems our relationship had to address are being fixed on their own. So what will happen to the two of us, I wonder, as Sebastian speaks again. He sits up straighter in his chair, and a smile spreads across his face like he's about to tell us life-changing news. Well, that means you don't have to go through with the marriage at all. We can keep everything under wraps, and it'll work itself out. As the words leave his lips, my heart sinks. I feel dizzy and nauseous, and I'm scrambling, trying to think of a way to stop him from ending this. Wait, I exclaim. But aren't you planning on cleaning up his image? If we bail on this now, won't it mess that all up? I'm desperate, confused, and hurting as I feel my chance of being with him slipping through my fingers. Hugo turns to me and rests his hand on mine. Everything is going to be okay, he says. Sebastian cuts in again. It's already enough that everyone knows he's a devoted man. He's done the part of looking like a perfect boyfriend. There's no need for this arrangement anymore. So you can go, and I'll work out the last of the details with Hugo while you go home and pack your things. He smiles, and it makes me sick. I stare at him, finding my wording, but He cuts me off again. I appreciate your help, and I'm sure Hugo does too, but we no longer need your help, so you're free to go. I can't help but feel like he's a little too eager to say the words. I turn to look at Hugo as I feel the tears welling in my eyes. Hugo, what should I do? I whisper. He smiles at me and rubs the side of my face gently, which only makes it worse. I wonder if I'm looking at him and feeling this for the last time. You should go home. I'll talk to Sebastian alone, he says gently. I nod, feeling completely broken, and stand up from my chair. I leave the room and head out to the sidewalk to grab a cab to take me home. It's not my home for much longer, I think as the driver heads in its direction. I dread seeing the house the entire way. The cab driver seems to fly the whole way across town as we enter the driveway. He stops at the front steps, and my heart breaks as my shoe steps on the cement when I climb out. I pay him, and he drives away, leaving me staring at the front of the house, feeling hopeless. Walking up the steps and reaching for the front door feels strange. It no longer feels like our space, and more like I'm breaking into his house where he's housing my things. When I finally force myself to unlock the door, it swings open, revealing the house in a new light. I no longer feel welcome and immediately rush to pack my things. As I stand in front of the closet with my bags open on the floor and a hole in my heart, I'm unsure how to begin. I don't even know where to start. I feel utterly hopeless because I don't want to pack my bags. I don't want to give up on us, especially when we're just starting. I don't want to give up on this dream. But I guess a dream is just that, a dream.
Chapter 21. Hugo. I watch Rebecca walk gracefully out of the office, and I can't help staring at her ass as she disappears down the hall. I turn back to Sebastian with a smirk on my face. Nothing is going to change, I say. He looks at me with an expression of surprise and asks what I'm talking about. Of course, things will change. There's no need to fake the arrangement anymore. Your problems have been fixed, he says. We're going through with the marriage. Shock spreads across his face and he turns pale. I grin. Well, we may need to change some details like the date, but the rest is still the same. He stares at me, blinking rapidly for several moments before speaking. Why would you do that? I don't understand. Is it just because you feel bad bailing on her end of the bargain? Because if that's the case, I can throw around some good words for her, and you'll be guilt-free in no time. The situation no longer needs to happen. This situation is the reason I found true love. I gasp as soon as the words leave my lips, realizing I've surprised myself. Holy damn. I love Rebecca. His telling me not to go through with this pushed me to see my true feelings for her. Sebastian! I yell. You've just made me realize my true feelings for her. I love her. I want to go record a song right now, I say, and stand up to walk out of the room. Sebastian stares at me in horror, shaking his head. You? In love? Hugo, that's insane. The Hugo I've known for years isn't capable of love. I know. She's completely changed me for the better. I'm a whole new man now, and I owe it all to her. I laugh it off and head into the music room. I pick up the guitar, and all I have to do is picture her face. The words start pouring out of me, and the music flows perfectly with them. It's coming out impressively fast, and I can see Sebastian watching me through the glass. He's still shaking his head, and it only fuels my confidence. She's the one I want, and I want to prove it to her. She's my inspiration, and she's not even here. It has to mean we're meant to be. I spend a little while tweaking some things until I can't wait any longer. I need to see her and tell her how I feel. She needs to know, and I need to see if she feels the same way about me. It occurs to me that most people would think the revelation should come before the song, but a musician would understand. I set my guitar down and walk out, looking for Sebastian. The band sits around him, and they all shake their heads at me as I approach. Several of the guys are joking with me, calling me lover boy. Usually, this kind of thing would bother me, but all I can think about right now is going home to my lover. "How's the song coming?" Sebastian asks, but I ignore his question. "I'm leaving. I'm going home to tell her how I feel. She needs to know, and I need to know her feelings back. I can't wonder any longer. I'll keep you updated," I say, and walk toward the exit. As I step near the door, I hear the men behind me calling names and laughing playfully behind me, but I don't take the time to turn around and respond. I'm on a mission, and I burst out the doors. I frantically wave down a cab and climb in, telling him my address and giving him money in advance to step on the gas. He takes me seriously, and I fly against my seat as he steps on it. I smile out the window as I go through what I'm going to say to her. I can almost picture the look on her face, and I hope it's even better in person. I can't believe it took me this long to figure my damn out. I laugh and shake my head, thinking about how much time I've been wasting, but I know from now on I will spend every second of every day making sure she knows exactly how I feel about her. I never want her to spend another day questioning my feelings or my commitment to her. She's all I want and need, and she deserves to know it without fail. My heart beats faster as we enter the driveway, and I see lights on in the house. I'm nervous, and my palms are sweaty. I feel like a junior high boy getting ready to ask out his first girlfriend. The cab driver stops at the front steps, and I grab my bag, shutting the door behind me. I thank him, and he drives off. I take a few steps toward the door, but stop as my hands try to grab the knob. My nerves are taking over, and I can't turn it. I stand still, staring at the door, trying to find the courage to move forward. She deserves to know how you feel, no matter what she says in return. You owe it to her to tell the truth, and that's all you can expect back from her. I take a deep breath and fling open the door. She's not anywhere I can see from the front room, so I walk to my room and set down my bag. I walk into the bathroom to check my appearance before I go find her. As I stand in the mirror, combing my hair and checking my teeth, I can't help but feel a bit ridiculous. You're a grown-ass man. Start acting like it. What is she doing to you? I walk back out of the bathroom and head to the hall, stopping just before I cross my bedroom door's threshold. I can feel the butterflies fighting to their deaths in my stomach, and my palms are a new level of clammy. I shake it off like a dog shaking off water from his fur, and step into the hallway. My feet feel extremely heavy, like gravity is working against me with every step. I don't know how I let myself forget what this feels like. The true love feeling that fills you completely. It makes you feel like a whole new person, but in the best way possible. She makes me someone I can only hope she admires. I hope she sees my changes as much as I see them in myself. And I hope she knows that I owe every single change to her. I discover every new part of myself because of the man she makes me want to be for her. My mind knows she deserves better, so I become better for her. I plan to tell her everything I'm thinking about as soon as I see her. It's all a part of the speech I've been preparing. I knock softly at her door after what feels like the longest stretch of hallway. After waiting several moments with no answer, I try knocking a bit harder. Maybe she can't hear me? I wonder as my knocking persists. I wait another few moments, but there's still no answer, so I grab the knob and slowly push the door open. I only open it a crack at first and call out her name. "Hey, Rebecca, it's Hugo. I knocked a few times, but you must not have heard me. Would it be okay if I came in and talked with you for a minute?" I ask quietly. My heart is nearly jumping out of my throat, and I'm hoping a quiet tone will mask it. It's quiet until I speak again. "Look, I'm sorry. Sebastian can be a lot. I know that better than anyone, but he's really good at his job, so we handle him. Trust me, I straightened him out." I press my hands against the door, desperately waiting to hear her voice, but there's still no sign of it. I start to open it further and go into apology mode. "Please don't be mad at me. I'll make him apologize if that'll help you feel better," I say, and swing the door all the way open. To my surprise, she's not standing before me. I look around her room in shock. Her closet doors are open, and I notice her bag sitting in the middle of the floor, so I walk over to them. There are a few new clothes in one, but not much else, and her closet is still full. I walk into the bathroom, wondering if she's hiding out in it. Maybe he really hurt her feelings, and she doesn't want me to see her crying, I think as I knock on the bathroom door. There's no response, so I turn the knob and walk in. Everything is still on the counter in its usual place. Where the hell is she? I wonder. Maybe she's out in the living room. I walk back down the hall, glancing in all the doorways, trying to spot her. I make it to the kitchen and the living room, but she's not in either one. I can't find a trace of her anywhere. She obviously came home. Where'd she go? I question and pull out my phone to call her. She's at the top of my call list, and it immediately starts calling when I press her contact. It rings for a long time, but she doesn't pick up. I move to the other end of the living room, thinking it might be my reception, and call again. She still doesn't answer, so I leave a message, asking if she's okay. Sitting on the couch, phone in my hand, I feel lost. What is happening?
Chapter 22. Rebecca. I stand at the edge of my closet, wondering how to get myself to start packing. Come on, just throw it in the bags and let's get out of here. I keep telling myself that repeatedly, but it doesn't work. I can't shake the feeling that maybe Hugo will come home and he'll have good news. But I know it's completely ridiculous for me to think this way. He's probably sitting with Sebastian, clinking shot glasses and celebrating his freedom. My thinking only makes me angrier. I decide I won't sit here and wait for him to tell me to go. So I grab my purse and call a cab to pick me up. The same driver from earlier arrives, and I climb in, giving him the address to one of my favorite hangout spots, Blues. It's a private bar, and I work for them sometimes on busy nights for extra cash. It's only a few minutes from the house, so we arrive quickly. I pay him and head inside. As soon as I sit at the bar, I see my favorite bartender, Trina. She smiles at me and offers me free drinks, but instead of accepting, I grab a cloth and start wiping down the bar. I need to work because I can't sit and drown my sorrows. It's the only natural way to try and get my mind off it. As I'm cleaning, I see the other waitress, Chelsea, appear from around the corner. She spots me and immediately walks my way. "Hey, Rebecca, were you scheduled for tonight?" she asks. I shake my head no, and she looks confused but doesn't ask any more about it. I continue cleaning, and she grabs the empty glasses off the tables around me. I'm trying to lose myself in the music that plays through the speakers when she suddenly inches from me. I look at her, wondering what she's doing when she starts to speak quietly. "When did you start seeing him?" she asks. My heart drops. I completely forgot about us being all over the news. It's the whole reason for the stupid vacation in the first place. I stare at her for a moment, trying to figure out an excuse or response. The terms of the arrangement keep playing in my mind until I remember the arrangement is no longer happening, so I don't have to lie. I take a deep breath, preparing to tell someone the truth finally. Well, actually, it's all an arrangement. Her expression changes. What do you mean? He needed a better image when all the fake rumors spread about him sleeping with that Charlotte lady. His team decided he needed a wife, and I agreed, in exchange for a push in my music career. As horrible as that makes me sound. She stares blankly for a few moments. Whoa. Well, are you still going through with it now that the truth about her is out? No, we called it off today, actually. I can't tell her about my feelings. I can't tell her that I'm a complete idiot and let myself want him as more than what he is, a means to an end. Well, I'm glad you're out of that mess, she says. But be careful. She starts to walk away, but I stop her. Careful? I ask. What do you mean careful? Protect yourself and always be looking at your surroundings. His fans are crazy. I nod at her, brushing it off. I can't see why that would have anything to do with me now that the arrangements are off. I go back to work and try to forget our conversation. Trina calls for me to come to get the serving tray of drinks, and I serve them with no complaints. It feels good to be back in a place of comfort, doing something familiar to me. The night goes smoothly until the last table I wait on. I grab their tray and head over to hand the ladies their drinks. I notice the woman looking at me with a weird expression as I set their drinks in front of them, but I smile and leave it be. I take the tray back to the bar and let Trina know I'm going to take a break outside for a minute. She nods, and I walk through the door. I don't notice until I'm alone that one of the women from the weird table follows me. My back is toward the door, and it startles me when she speaks. "Hey, you!" she yells. I flip around to see who's talking to me. Me? I question. Yes, you. I know I recognized you, but I couldn't place it when you were at our table. But I saw you leaving, and it clicked. You're the woman who seduced Hugo. She stumbles towards me, and I back away, trying to keep a distance between us. Her accusation shocks me. Do people really think it's my fault? I wonder, not responding to her. She looks irritated and speaks again. That has to be what happened between you, because you're not right for each other at all. She stumbles forward again. She's standing under a light on the side of the building, and it brings her face into clearer focus. She's a scary-looking woman, not in her right mind, and very drunk. I'm trying to avoid her the best I can, so I turn away from her to walk away. I plan to walk around the building to the front door, away from her and into the public view. But just as I turn around, I feel it. She strikes me with a blunt object in the middle of my spine. I fall to my knees, screaming in pain because whatever it is that she hits me with hurts like hell. I hear footsteps approaching and feel her start hitting me again. I cover my head the best I can and scream, trying to get her to stop. She hits me several more times until guards appear out of the back of the bar and grab her, ripping her away from me. I'm crying in pain and joy as they rescue me. They haul her down the alley, and I'm hoping she's gone for good as I stand up and sprint inside. I burst through the door and find the nearest corner to sit in. I can feel the blood running down my back and arms, but I can't move. I'm panicking alone in the corner until Chelsea walks in. She gasps when she notices me on the floor and runs over to me. Oh my God, Rebecca, what happened? She asks in a panic. I can't speak to tell her what's going on, so she jumps back up to find Trina. They both appear before me, and Trina tells Chelsea to take me to the hospital. We don't know what happened, though, Chelsea says. I know. Maybe she'll come out of shock and tell you in the car, but either way, those cuts need to be looked at, and they should make sure nothing is broken. Just go. I got it covered here, Trina yells as she helps Chelsea lift me up. They grab under my arms and nearly carry me to Chelsea's car. I can feel the pain starting to set in as the numbing fades, but shock is starting to set in. I'm frozen, unable to pull myself out of this state to do anything. Even their hands on my skin burn and feel like shards of glass ripping through the layers. But I know they're trying to help me. They slide me into the seat and shut the door. Chelsea hurries to the driver's side and slams the car into drive. She races us off to the hospital, passing cars as she weaves through traffic. I'm trying not to get sick as the nausea sets in. She keeps looking over at me, and I finally start to be calm enough to speak. A woman followed me outside when I went out for my break. She started accusing me of seducing Hugo, saying we weren't right for each other. She was obviously drunk, so I was going to walk away to the front of the building. But when I turned away, she hit me on the back with something. It knocked me down, and she ran to me and kept hitting me. I couldn't breathe from the hit on my back, so all I could do was try and cover my head before the guards got there. Chelsea's staring at me, and tears well in her eyes. Oh my God, people are crazy. I'm so glad the guards got there when they did. She didn't say who she was or anything. No, she didn't, but I didn't ask either. I just wanted away from her. I don't blame you. Look, I know with what you told me today, I probably shouldn't even ask you this. But since it's kind of his fault, do you want me to let Hugo know? Hearing his name makes my heart ache again, and the anger returns. I'm just about to refuse, thinking he doesn't care about me. I don't matter to him, and he won't care. But then I start to think about the man he is around me, and I begin to believe that he deserves to know. Yes, you can tell him, I say. Maybe this will be my test to see how he truly feels, I think, as we pull into the hospital parking lot. There's a tiny part of me that still can't help but hope, even if I feel ridiculous for it. Chelsea helps me out of my seat, and we walk into the emergency room entrance. I explain to the nurses what's wrong, while Chelsea takes my phone and calls Hugo. She finishes just as the nurses help me into a room, and I put on a gown. I nod as they tell me the doctor will be in a moment as they walk out the door. I'm so sorry this happened, but I have to get back and help Trina. Hugo is on his way. He said he would be here in a few minutes. Call me if you need anything. She hugs me from the side, and I thank her as she walks out. My nerves hit the roof as I think about Hugo on his way to see me. I sit staring at the ceiling, waiting for the awkward encounter.
Chapter 23. Hugo. I'm sitting on the couch for an hour waiting for a call back from Rebecca. I want to know where she is and why she's not home. I stare at my phone screen for way too long. Silently, I start laughing at myself for who I am these days. She's completely changing me in every possible way, and I can't be happier. I hate wondering where she is, but it feels good that I care enough about someone again to worry. I haven't cared about anyone but myself in so long, and I never realized that I missed it. Finally, I flip on the TV, distracting myself from the issue. I'm watching a documentary on saving the rainforest when suddenly my phone rings. I look down and see Rebecca's beautiful photo on my screen. My heart skips a beat and I jump to answer it. Hello? Rebecca? I say. It's a relief to hear from her, but part of me worries about what she will tell me. Maybe she's feeling differently now, and she can't face me. Hello, Hugo, a voice on the other end replies, but I don't recognize it. I pull the phone away from my ear to look at the photo again, wondering if maybe I only want it to be Rebecca, and it's not. But when I see the photo, it's still her. I put the phone back to my ear in confusion. Yes, this is Hugo. Who's this? I ask. This is Chelsea. I work with Rebecca sometimes. Her voice is monotone, and I can't tell what's going on from it. Why is she calling me? Does Rebecca not want to hear from me anymore, and she can't say it on her own? I don't say a word while waiting for her to continue. She starts again. I'm not trying to worry you, but Rebecca stopped by Blues tonight and picked up a shift. Why would that worry me? I question her. Well, during her shift, she stepped outside to take a break, and something happened. As soon as the words leave her lips, There's a feeling of dread that comes over me. I begin to grab my keys, ready to sprint out the door. I'm heading in the direction of Blue's without even hearing the ending. What's happening? I can hear the panic in my voice, and it scares me. I love her endlessly. Please, don't tell me she's not okay. I'm already flying down the road as Chelsea's explaining the events and tells me they're at the hospital. I can't believe what I'm hearing. She tells me she's at the hospital with her, but she has to leave and get back to work, so I tell her I'll be there in a few minutes. I start blaming myself as I near the hospital. I can't help feeling like she might not be in this position if I had called her sooner. I quickly pull into the hospital parking lot and sprint toward the emergency room entrance. I explain to the front desk nurses who I'm here for, and they point me to her room. My feet carry me as fast as they'll go toward her door. I take a deep breath as I open it, and she's lying in the hospital bed, all alone in the room. Her eyes are wide, and she's trembling as I walk to her. I gently touch her hand and ask her how she's doing. She stares at me for a moment before answering. I'm fine. I'm just hurting. The doctor says he's going to keep me overnight for observation, she says, smiling at me. I don't know what the smile is telling me, other than how strong of a woman she is. She's hurt badly and still smiling like the woman I've fallen in love with, and my heart aches for her. I'm so worried about you. I can't believe this happened. I'm so sorry. I will do everything I can to find out who that woman was. But why did you leave the house? I went home to start packing as Sebastian told me to, but I just had this nagging feeling that was stopping me. I couldn't just sit there and wait for you to come home and tell me what was happening. I had to go to work. I didn't want to be alone, and it was the closest place I knew. I just needed something to do. Something normal. She looks down at her hands, and I see tears in her eyes. I carefully wrap my arm around her and pull her in for a hug. She hesitates for a moment until suddenly, she clings to me. It's such a good feeling, her skin on mine and her warmth heating me. It feels like her, even if she doesn't look like herself right now. She feels like home to me, and I can't take it anymore. I don't know if a hospital room is the best place to confess your love, but I need to get it off my chest. I'm sorry you felt alone, but I promise you won't feel that way anymore. I'll make sure you're never alone again. She lets go of me and her glance quickly meets mine. I smile at her as she stares blankly. Rebecca, I have a confession to make. She nods and squeezes me, letting me continue. I know we haven't known each other long and didn't begin on the best of terms. Hell, our meeting was accidental. She laughs as I remind her of how she woke me up with her sudden outburst of emotions. But I can tell you that this last week has been the best week of my life. Our vacation was probably the best thing I've ever done. Our time together was magical, and it helped me gain a whole new love for you. Her eyes light up at the word. What? She asks. I take a deep breath. I love you, Rebecca. The tears spill down her cheeks as she stares at me longingly. She places a hand on her chest and closes her eyes. As she cries, I wonder if they're happy or sad tears. But then she gives me her answer. I love you too, Hugo. My heart pounds as I lean in for a kiss. We kiss for a few moments and the sparks fly until the door opens behind me. We stop, and I turn to see the doctor walking in. I step to the side as the nurse, following him, grabs Rebecca's arm to take another blood pressure reading. Hello, I'm Dr. Nicky. I don't think we've met, he says, sticking out his hand. I grab it, and we shake hands as he smiles slightly. Dr. Nicky, I'm Hugo. How's she doing? I ask. He takes a few steps toward her bed and opens up the file in his hands. You're a fortunate lady, Rebecca. All your lab work came back fine. He flips to the next page. Your scans came back perfect too, so that's great news. He closes the file facing her. We want to keep you overnight for observation and to keep you up on pain medication as the shock wears off. But if everything goes well and you're feeling better in the morning, I'll have my nurse here get your discharge paperwork and you'll be free to go. Thank you so much, Rebecca says, and they head towards the door to leave. Suddenly, the doctor turns back to us. Hugo, are you staying with her tonight? We can roll you in a bed if you are, he says. I turn toward Rebecca, looking for her response. I don't want to leave her, but if it's what she wants, I respect her enough to do what she asks. Yes, he is. That would be great, thank you, she says, making me extremely happy. The doctor nods and they leave the room. If you're busy or something, I completely understand. I didn't think he needed to hear us discussing it, she says, looking embarrassed and uncertain. No, I want to stay. I'm thrilled you told him I was. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't want to overstep if staying the night was going too far. Not at all. Actually, if I weren't so sore, I'd just let you sleep in this one next to me. I smile and go in for another kiss. Our kisses turn passionate the longer they last until she suddenly pulls away. I'm looking at her with confusion, wondering if something's wrong. Let's go back to where we were before the doctor came in and interrupted. You said you loved me. Yes, and you said you loved me too. I take her hand and sit on the edge of her bed. So, what does that mean about your talk with Sebastian? What happened? I told him the truth, that we're together for real, and he needs to accept it. She looks at me with love in her eyes. You said that? It seems to surprise her, or maybe she doesn't believe me. But I can't tell her any more about our conversation because it's a secret. I don't want her to know that he's making a few adjustments to our wedding plans just yet, because I want to figure out how to propose for real, and I don't want her to expect it. Yeah, that was pretty much it. And then I went home, planning to tell you what I said here, but you were gone. I'm sorry. When you sent me home, I was worried that Sebastian would change your mind, and you'd be happy to be out of the arrangement for good. I couldn't bear to think about you coming home and telling me to leave. I had to go somewhere else. But obviously I should have stayed home, she says, gesturing at the hospital bed. We're laughing at our terrible luck tonight as the nurse rolls in the bed for me. She rolls it right beside Rebecca's and asks if we need anything before she turns the lights off. We both say we don't need anything, and she shuts the lights off and leaves. I kiss Rebecca and climb into my bed beside hers. Get some rest, love. We have an exciting day of new beginnings tomorrow, I say, and we drift off to sleep. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 24. Rebecca. We're packing our bags into the car before heading to the airport. Hugo is taking me on a trip because he wants me to see the island destination of our previous wedding arrangements. For some reason, he says we need to go, but I can't pull the reason out of him. When the car's ready to go, we climb in and head to the airport. I usually don't care for surprises, but with Hugo, it's exciting not knowing what's in store for me. I fully trust him, and so I trust that he won't do anything I won't be comfortable with. He knows the kinds of things I like to do, and I know what he likes to do, so I'm not worried. It'll be a great escape after my attack and hospital stay. It's been a rough 2-week recovery, and I just want to relax with him and forget all my troubles. Hugo smiles at me as we pull into the airport, making me melt. It's so lovely to be seeing it for real. I don't have to guess his feelings anymore, or wonder if mine are valid. He's mine, and I love it so much. The airport is full of long lines and impatient people, as always. The workers look irritable as they stand in front of the ticket lines and baggage check. Luckily, we only bring the necessities, so our bags come with us. Hugo takes us to the correct line, and we scan our tickets to board. As we walk on the plane, he leans in to kiss me. The passengers behind us smile at me after, and I feel giddy, like a schoolgirl in a rom-com movie where the popular boy falls in love with the wallflower. I love being able to show our relationship off for real. We find our seats and put our luggage in the bins above us. We're buckling our belts as the pilot comes over the speakers and lets us know we're about to depart. It's going to be a long flight, so I snuggle in next to Hugo and we start a movie. My head jolts, and my eyes open as we hit the ground. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I glance at Hugo, his eyes barely open. I don't feel so bad knowing he fell asleep too. The plane stops, and the light dings for us to take off our belts. Hugo grabs our bags, and everyone starts unloading. This airport seems a little less hectic here. There are not so many people rushing around, and the staff's smiling faces are friendlier. Hugo grabs my hand, and we rush to the car waiting out front. The driver's door opens, and a man walks around to open the door for me. "Hello there, my name is Michael, and I'll be with you during your stay," he says as we climb into the back seat. "Nice to meet you," we say in unison, and he shuts the door. He climbs behind the steering wheel again, and off we go. Hugo chuckles at me as I stare out the window, making faces at the gorgeous views. "It's like something out of a fairy tale," I say, gasping. "That's what I was going for," he says. I shoot a questioning look toward him, but he immediately changes the subject. "I think you'll like the villa I picked. It's right alongside the beach, but there's no one in the line of view, so we can leave the glass doors open if we want to. It looks magnificent from the pictures on the website." "Oh, that sounds amazing. I love listening to the sound of waves before bed. Usually it's just from an app on my phone, but..." I giggle and let my eyes trail back to the water. The ocean is beautiful, and I can't wait to swim and enjoy the sand between my toes while the sun warms my skin. There's nothing like being here with someone you love. It's the best thing in the world. As we drive to town, I can't help but think about the wedding. This is such a gorgeous place and a perfect wedding destination. I get sad for a moment, thinking about our fake wedding being called off. But then I remind myself that it doesn't matter what he can give me. I'm going to take what I can get. Even if it means there isn't a marriage in our future, I know he loves me, and it's enough for me. Michael suddenly points to the right. "Your villa will be that way when we go later tonight." I nod and look at Hugo, wondering why we aren't heading there now. "I have a few things planned first." He smiles, answering the question I didn't ask. "I thought it might be fun to do some sightseeing around town and then grab some lunch." "Oh yes, that sounds perfect." As we arrive in town, every place is bustling with lines of people, and there are shops lining both sides of the streets. It's such a cute rustic town, full of character and history. Michael pulls into a parking space off a side street and lets us out. "I'll go get your bags put away and let you two have some time to explore. I'll be back here around 6:30 to pick you up." We nod in agreement and head towards the shops as he disappears behind us. We spend the beautiful day walking hand in hand down the street, exploring all the shops and eating different foods. Suddenly, it's 6:15, and we know we have to meet Michael at 6:30, so we head back to the meeting spot. He's already waiting for us, so we climb in and head to our villa. Hugo squeezes my hand tightly, and I can't figure out why. It's making me anxious, but I also enjoy his neediness. We pull into the driveway of the villa, and it's gorgeous. It's secluded, and sand makes up the backyard. We grab our bags and walk up the stone path to the door. Michael hands Hugo our key and quickly disappears. I'm wondering what it's all about until Hugo opens the door. The villa is beautiful, taking my attention away from Michael's quick escape. My eyes widen as we walk around. It's even more impressive than the cute little town. Hugo grabs my bag and sets it on the floor. "Do you want to check out the beach?" he asks when we finish touring the place. "Of course I do," I respond. I reach down to open my bag looking for my swimsuit, but Hugo stops me. "I think you might want to check it out first. And then if you want to, we can come back and change," he says. The nervous look on his face worries me. I feel like I'm missing something, but I grab his hand and follow him outside. The sun is nearly set as we walk out onto the sand, and I'm looking down as I feel it squish between my toes. When I look up, I gasp. A pathway of candles leads to the water, and Hugo is already halfway down it. I jog behind him to catch up, and as soon as we make it to the end, there's a massive circle of candles surrounding a blanket covered in flower petals. My heart is pounding as Hugo steps onto the blanket and turns around to face me. He has a huge smile on his face as he kneels. My hands fly to my mouth, and I can't believe what's happening. He can't be doing this. He can't be. I'm dreaming, I think. As he reaches for my hand, I stroll toward him, letting one hand fall from my face and meet his. "Rebecca," he begins earnestly. "I know we've had anything but a normal relationship since we met, but I can honestly say that the time we've spent together has been the best time of my life. I never thought I'd meet someone and fall so in love so quickly. But then our paths crossed, and I haven't been able to take a breath since." The sincerity in his eyes is moving, and it touches my heart. "I didn't think marriage was in the cards for me," he admits. "But since I met you, I suddenly want it all, and as fast as possible. You mean the world to me, and I can't imagine spending another day without you. So, Rebecca, would you do me the honor of marrying me for real?" he asks. I can't believe it. His words are replaying in my ears, and my mind is having difficulty processing them. I've been thinking of this day for so long, and I can't believe it's happening. My head is spinning, and the butterflies are already celebrating in my stomach. We're staring into each other's eyes as I work up the courage to respond. "Yes," I yell. "Yes, I'd love to marry you." He slides the beautiful ring on my finger, picks me up off the ground, and kisses me passionately. We kiss for several moments until he sets me back down. I study the ring on my finger and notice the considerable detail in the diamond setting. "It's gorgeous, and I love it," I tell him. "I had a little help," he laughs, "but I'm so glad you like it. Were you surprised?" "Totally surprised, but not in a bad way. I just definitely didn't see this coming." He smiles and takes my hand. "Want to go for a swim now?" he asks. "Duh," I say, turning back to grab my swimsuit when he pulls me toward the water. My heart starts pounding again as I realize what he's doing. A shy smile crosses my face and he walks us to the water. He undresses before me, and the moon glistens off his bare skin. He smiles, nodding at me to start. I slowly slide out of my vacation dress and submerge with him into the water. It's such a freeing feeling, and he pulls me into him. We stare at the moon's glow, dancing on the waves. I can't wait to finish the rest of our vacation with a ring on my finger.
Chapter 25. Hugo. I watch Rebecca pick out the last-minute things for our wedding, and I cannot help but think back to our beginning. Our meeting, the arrangement, the actual proposal, and how it's all been in such a short amount of time. Our friends give us crap for not having a more extended proposal, but I want to marry her as soon as possible. Now that I know what I want, I want it right now. I'm not very impatient. The preparations are already half done, so the rest aren't taking long to finish. We spend the next week looking over the plans, making sure everything is for our small, intimate ceremony. It's not open to the public, but we'll be live streaming it to the world so they can see how beautiful our relationship is. I want everyone to know that despite everything in our paths, we've overcome it and are marrying for real. We're thrilled with each other, and I want everyone to know that I'm a kept man. After the proposal trip, we're deciding on wedding venues, but we can't agree on one, so the proposal spot seems to be the perfect place to have our actual wedding. We can fly our friends out, but no one else will know where we are. Finally, the preparations are together nicely, and it's time to head for the airport. We check our bags and get in line to scan our boarding passes. Chelsea, Trina, and my band line up behind us while 2 reports from our personal list are behind them. We all pile onto the plane and head to our destination. We're in the same villa as before, but everyone is here with us this time. The wedding is tomorrow, so we will spend the evening getting it all set up. We have a few drinks and laugh on the beach, listening to the waves crash against the rocks beside us. They're all making fun of Rebecca and me for falling in love and getting married. They're all single and don't understand how it feels to love someone this deeply. I brush it off and kiss Rebecca instead of participating. She kisses me back for a few moments, and I can't handle it. I want to take her right here on the sand, and I almost don't care who sees it. She pulls back as our kisses intensify and smiles when she turns back to the group. I'm trying to understand why she stops me until I remember the night before the wedding rules. I know she's old-fashioned and wants us to spend the night alone, so tonight she's sharing a villa with Trina and Chelsea, and the band staying with me. So, I decide not to give her a hard time about it, and just enjoy her snuggling against me. Suddenly, yawns spread around the fire, so we all call it a night. They're packing our drinks and snacks, and I pull Rebecca away from the group. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" I ask. She smiles at me. "Someone getting cold feet?" she teases. "No, absolutely not. I was making sure you weren't either." "Not in a million years. You're the love of my life, and I can't wait to be married to you." I lean in for another kiss, but this time I grab her and press us against each other. I don't know if it's the moonlight, the place, or just her, but I crave her. She kisses me back for several moments before pulling back again. She glances around to see if anyone is watching, and I can't tell if I'm embarrassing her or if she's as flustered as I am. "Sorry, I shouldn't have," I say, looking down. No, don't be sorry. I love your kisses." I look at her with confusion for a moment, wondering how pulling away from my kisses means she likes them. But then I realize what she's saying. She wants them too much. "I really wish we weren't in separate rooms tonight," I say, pulling her back to the group. "I know, me too. I'm sorry. I know you probably think it's silly, but I want the best chance of making this perfect." "Nothing you find important will ever be silly to me. I love you. What's one night? After tomorrow, I'll get to spend the rest of my life with you." She hugs me and doesn't let go. She clings to my side as we get back to the group. Chelsea eyes Rebecca hanging off me. "Okay, lovebirds, say goodnight. You're coming with me, and we'll see you at the altar tomorrow, Hugo," she declares. Rebecca kisses me goodbye, and we part ways, each heading toward our rooms. I can't help but watch her walk away. I'm not too fond of us not sharing a room, but if it means I get to spend forever with her, it's worth it. I smile as she disappears into the darkness, and I head to my villa for the night. The sun shines through the blinds of the villa, waking me. For a moment, I'm irritable, wondering why they aren't darkening blinds. But then I remember what day it is. Wedding day! I jump up from the mattress and head for my slacks in the closet. I set out my clothes and walk into the bathroom to jump in the shower. I can't stop thinking about her. I know I won't even come close to imagining how beautiful she will look, but I try anyway. I go over my vows repeatedly as I let the hot water calm my nerves. There's a knock on the bathroom door as I'm drying off, so I wrap the towel around my waist and open it. It's Jacob, my lead drummer. "I was sent to make sure you hadn't escaped out the bathroom window," he laughs. "No way, but thank you for checking." I chuckle back and walk around him to the bed. I grab my clothes as he leaves the room. It fits perfectly. I stand in front of the mirror on the closet doors and fix my hair. As I stare at my reflection, I ponder the surprising change in my circumstances. How in the hell am I this lucky? I'm marrying the girl of my dreams. Today, in a gorgeous venue, with our friends surrounding us. Suddenly, Jacob and the rest of the band walk in. I nod and grab my suit jacket. We walk out to the beach and the decorations look amazing. I can't believe how quickly everyone got it together and how nicely they did it. I stand in my place and my friends take a seat in front of me. The officiant stands beside me and the 2 reporters stand at the back. They're already live streaming as the music begins playing. I see her friends emerge from the walkway and I can see a veil behind them. My heart starts pounding the closer they get to me. They're purposely not letting me see her until the last second, when the cameras can get a close-up of my reaction, because it's crucial to Rebecca. Suddenly her friends part, taking their seats, and she's standing before me. Tears fill my eyes as I stare at her beauty. The sweetheart top on her dress forms perfectly to her torso, and the mermaid train snugs her hips tightly. I can see a glimpse of the smile under the veil, and it nearly steals my soul. She steps to the altar beside me, and I lift her veil as the officiant begins. There's tears in her eyes to match mine as he speaks. He goes through the motions beautifully, and it's finally time to say our vows. I let her go first. I'm fighting back tears the entire time she's spilling her heart to me, and I can't believe it's real. I can't believe how emotional I am. When it's my turn, I take a few moments to gather myself, trying to get the tears to clear and my voice to stop shaking. I don't even have to look at the paper I wrote them down on. It's just pouring out of me. Every thought and feeling is like lava spilling from an overdue volcano. I don't hold anything back. I want the whole world to know that she's mine and how much I love her. I want to shout it from the rooftops, and this is as close as I can get to doing so. "I do!" I say, practically crowing the words. She smiles and a single tear flows down her cheek. "I do." We exchange rings and he allows me to kiss my bride. It's the most passionate kiss in front of the entire world. I can't be happier. Our friends cheer for us as we make our way down the aisle. We walk back to the villa and get dressed for the reception. I can hardly keep my hands off her as we change, but she keeps telling me to be patient. Her requests only make me want her more. "Fine, but I hope you're ready to sleep with a married man as soon as the reception's over." I laugh and grab her hand to head to the party. Our friends are laughing and dancing as we arrive. They all gather for a group hug, and it's such a special feeling. There is food mounted on the tables and drinks at the bar. I grab a couple as she talks to Chelsea, and then we dance to our favorite song. I watch her body move all night long as she dances to the music. Each passing song makes it harder and harder for me to concentrate on anything other than getting her back to the villa. The next song that plays causes her to slow down and sway in front of me, and I can't take it anymore. I lunge toward her and grab the small of her back, pulling her out of the group. No one seems to notice as I pull her away and kiss her the whole way to our villa, ready to start the evening in bed.
Chapter 26, Rebecca. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit YouTube's limit for spiciness.
YouTube's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat Yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 27. Hugo. The morning before a big show is always stressful, but this show is different for me. I'm planning on surprising Rebecca, and it's nerve-wracking. I don't want her to be mad at me for surprising her, but I'm hoping for the best outcome. I'm hoping that at this show, I can summon her from the audience, and she comes out and rocks the stage with me. I want her to fall in love with large crowds and get the actual exposure she deserves. She has such talent, and I don't think she's had the opportunity to show it off how she needs to. I know that she's nervous and has trouble believing in herself, so if I warn her ahead of time, she's going to talk herself out of it. I just hope she can understand that when everything is done. As we drive to the stadium, my thoughts are jumping around. It's a massive show, and the excitement I always feel before takes over, making me giddy and nervous. Something I hope she'll feel afterward if my surprise is successful. Our weeks and weeks of training have been for something. She just doesn't know it yet. My heart starts pounding as I pull into the parking lot and see my drummer, Jacob's car, waiting for us. I park beside him and we jump out. He helps us carry our things inside and gets to work on the lighting routine. Rebecca is helping me set up the stage when she hears Jacob and the man in charge of the lighting getting into an argument. "I'll go help." She smiles and walks off stage and over to the sound booth. Jacob is trying to explain the setup we need to him one more time, but the light crew doesn't understand what Jacob is asking them to do, so Rebecca tries to smooth it over. Jacob's been talking with them for over 20 minutes before she comes to help, but after 5 minutes of Rebecca explaining what I want, they understand and get to work. She smiles as she walks back over to me. "You have such a way with people. That's one of the many things I love about you," I say, hugging her. "No, I don't. I just know exactly what you like and how important it is that you get it," she responds, smiling. I smack her ass flirtatiously as she turns to walk backstage, and she flips around in surprise to look at me. "Yeah, you do, babe. You know exactly what I like," I yell loud enough that the others can hear on purpose. She screws up her face, wrinkling her nose at me. "You know I wasn't being dirty when I said that," she says, laughing and shaking her head at me as she turns back around and disappears off the stage. I'm working on getting the instruments in place when the rest of the band arrives. They get the rest of their stuff in place, and when it's in order, we all head to the changing rooms to get ready. When I enter mine, Rebecca is waiting inside. She has my clothes laid out and combs through my hair as the finishing touch. She kisses me and sends me on my way, looking almost more nervous than I am. The boys and I walk on stage, and the crowd roars to life as soon as they see us. The lights go crazy, and we grab our instruments. I'm hyping the crowd up more and more with each song we play, and the whole stadium is buzzing. I keep glancing to the side and can see Rebecca standing beside us off stage, cheering for us just as hard as the fans in the crowd, and it makes me smile. I'm so proud to have her cheering me on from the sidelines. It's incredible that she has no idea my plans for tonight, but she's here, wildly supporting me through it all. To know my wife supports me the way she does is something most people only dream of. She's so beautiful, and I can't help myself. I can't wait any longer, and she looks perfect. Everyone needs to hear her. I stop singing in the middle of the concert and call over the microphone for my wife. The crowd cheers and giggles as they joke about my need for her. She shakes her head no as I continue calling for her. I begin to gesture to her to meet me on stage, and surprise and shock spread across her face. She finally drags her feet and reaches for my hand. I yank her out to the microphone with me, and the whole room screams for her. The way she clings to my hand, I can tell she's extremely nervous, never having been on a stage this big, but it looks made for her. She fits right in, and I kiss her in front of the whole room. Everyone screams again, which embarrasses her more. I turn to the crowd, trying to quiet them down so I can introduce her. "I'd like to introduce you all personally to my gorgeous and amazingly supportive wife, Rebecca," I say, and the crowd goes crazy. She's been my muse for every new song I've written lately, And the next song is a surprise. It'll be just as big of a surprise to her as it is to you all because I've told her that I needed help rehearsing over the past few months. But instead, this plan has been in place for a while. So listen carefully and enjoy. I start the instrumental beginning of the song, and she starts sobbing when she realizes what song is playing. I hand her the microphone, and she takes a deep breath before nervously beginning the first few verses. I join her during the chorus, the way we rehearse. I can't take my eyes off of her the entire time. The crowd cheers louder with every high note she hits, and my heart beams for her. She's a natural, and it feels so damn good to share the spotlight with her like this. Our song is a love song with a hint of rock and roll background, making it the perfect duo. She's never noticed how it seems to be written for us, allowing me to keep the truth from her. She deserves surprises like this, and I think this one is just the right amount for her. As the song nears its close, I can tell the crowd has taken away her nerves, and she's in her zone now. They sway with her as she becomes one with them, as any good artist does. She belts out the last few verses and we finish strong. The crowd is on their feet, giving us a rather deserving standing ovation. She is beaming ear to ear and hugs me tightly. We bow and walk off the stage as the crowd continues behind us. We can still hear them cheering, but as soon as we're off stage, she playfully hits me on the shoulder. "Oh my God, why would you do that to me? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Don't ever do that again." She giggles and playfully shoves me. I'm laughing as she continues. "Why didn't you just tell me the real reason we were rehearsing instead of hiding it from me so I could be prepared? You told me you just needed my help." "You liar," she says. "I know, believe me, it was hard not telling you. So don't think this means I can easily hide things from you because I can't. There were so many times I wanted to yell it out. But I knew if I had told you, you would have gotten in your head. You probably would have said no, and you deserve to be in the spotlight too. You deserve your big break," I say, kissing her on the cheek. Her eyes light up at my big break comment, and she smiles lovingly. Her smile warms me endlessly every time I see it, and I will spend my entire life doing things to catch even a glimpse of it. "You did it to get me in the spotlight," she says, looking down at the ground for a moment. When her stare shoots back up to meet mine, her cheeks heat, and she hugs me tightly. She clings to me as I walk to the dressing room to change out of my sweaty clothes. When I finish changing, we walk back out to gather the instruments and clean up. The curtains are closed, but you can still hear a few stragglers in the stadium. The band is talking about how much fun it is doing shows even after all these years, and then they bring up Rebecca's part in it. "How'd it feel to be on this big of a stage, huh?" Jacob asks her. "Amazing," she says. I was so shocked I almost couldn't think of my words, though. A little bit of warning might have helped. She laughs and shoots me a look. It lets me know she wants it to be directly at me. They all start talking about going somewhere to celebrate her first successful large stadium show and our standing ovation. We get everything into the car and decide to meet up at our favorite hangout. As we drive, I can feel Rebecca staring at me until she suddenly grabs my hand and kisses it. "What was that for, love?" I ask. "Just to thank you for believing in me. No one has ever taken a chance on me like you did tonight, and it means a lot." She lays her head on my shoulder. "I love you, Rebecca." "I love you, Hugo," she says, and turns up the radio as we drive to meet the others.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
"You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you."
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 28. Rebecca. As much as I love the concert, going home feels nice in a different way. I never expected that my life would change, becoming something so beautiful. The quiet moments at home are just as special as the big crowds and fame. I sit with Hugo in our living room. He asks me if I want a drink, and I ask for a glass of white wine. He pours both of our glasses and joins me on the sofa. It's a good thing that I took that evening to relax. The next few weeks are busier than ever as I begin to plan my first album. Hugo helps me so much. I'm such a newbie at this that I have days where I'm not sure if I'll ever get to the recording part. But we do. When I step into the recording room and begin to sing my songs, I am even happier than I could have ever imagined. Sure, we have disagreements. But before we begin this process, Hugo tells me that there will be days when nothing seems to go right. How right he is. One day, when I have plans to record a track, I wake up with a really sore throat. I can't even talk, let alone sing. Hugo takes me to the doctor. Strep throat. My recording session is rescheduled to take place 10 days from now. Between now and then, I take my antibiotic and drink lots of hot green tea. I feel so impatient and want to get well so I can record my song. But my doctor knows me too well. He tells me no talking whatsoever. And Hugo makes sure I comply. I have a notepad and pen with me at all times while I am recovering. Anytime I need to say something, I scribble it down. Finally, when I go back to the doctor for a follow-up exam, he says I have recovered, and I can talk again. Just take it slowly. Try not to strain your voice. Talk only when you need to. Otherwise, continue using your notepad. What about singing? We're recording my first album. The doctor considers this and looks at my throat again. On singing, you really should hold off for a few more days. You're well again, but starting to sing this early will result in another sore throat. And because your voice is still raspy, you want to give it time to return to normal. I sigh. I forgot about the raspiness in my voice. Okay. Thank you, doctor. We'll take it slowly. When can I start vocal exercises again? I feel more comfortable referring you to an ear, nose, and throat specialist for that. The doctor leaves the room for a few minutes. When he comes back, he has a sheet of paper with the referral to the specialist. In the car, I schedule an appointment with the ENT specialist. Can we go eat? Sure. What do you feel like? Sushi and hot tea. Hugo chuckles. Still nursing your throat along, huh? Yeah, I'm impatient, but my doctor's right. I sigh, feeling impatient. Over the next few days, I continue to rest my voice. Knowing what a precious resource it is for me, I vow to take good care of it. Eventually, the scratchiness of my voice disappears. I see the ENT specialist, who advises me to hold off on my vocal exercises. Just do a few breathing exercises during the day. Inhale fully, then exhale. You need to keep your core active so that, when you are able to return to singing, you are less likely to have lost anything, she says. My ENT doctor, Dr. Adams, gives me a few other exercises as well. She also takes a detailed look at my vocal cords. Okay, your cords look strong and healthy. Clearly, you are exercising your voice safely. What we want to avoid is stressing and stretching them to the point that you find your voice cracking and disappearing when you want to talk or sing. You may actually develop polyps on your larynx or your vocal cords. Sitting in the chair in her exam room, Dr. Adams gives me her recommendations. Don't start singing or doing your vocal cord exercises just yet. Wait for 1 more week, Then start slowly. What is your vocal range? Alto, soprano? Actually, a little of both. I have a wide vocal range. The doctor nods. Good to know. In 1 week, resume your vocal exercises. But don't try to reach either your lowest or highest notes. Use chest voice rather than head voice. Then slowly stretch out to your highest and lowest notes. Stop if it hurts or your voice breaks. What about recording? I'm working on an album right now. I'd really rather be more comfortable with you limiting yourself to vocal exercises twice a day. Drink plenty of water and hot tea. As your voice gets stronger again, then you can return to recording. Say, about 1 month. Hugo takes my hand, knowing I am disappointed. I'll make sure she takes it slowly. At home, I slump on the sofa. Am I disappointed? Hell yes. Hugo sits next to me and pulls my head onto his chest. Sure would be more comfortable for your posture if you sat up a little. Still, I push myself up, so I'm resting my head on his shoulders. I'm just upset. Yeah, I know, but what would you be more upset about? Taking a few more weeks to rest your voice? Or losing it totally because you pushed too hard, too fast, and developed polyps? Losing my voice totally, obviously. Becca, you won't lose any ground. The breathing exercises help you to keep your core strong. But if you want to wreck your voice, let's go into the recording studio. Hugo acts like he's about to stand up. He grabs my hand to pull me up. Wait, what, are you serious? I'm not killing my voice. I'm just mad because I have to wait even longer. I pull my hand out of his and cross my arms tightly. Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Hugo. 1 year later, my wife, I love those words, and I are preparing to go to an awards show where she is competing with other female musicians for an award. She has worked so hard recording her first album, and it sounds great. At the award show, Becca doesn't eat very much. I'm just nervous, she explains, and she doesn't drink the champagne or wine that are available for us. She tells me she wants to be as clear-headed as possible, whether she wins or not. Finally, after what feels like days, Becca's category is announced. The MC calls out the names of each artist who is in contention. Becca's name is the second one, called Becca Flintstone. Handing the card with the names to the person who will call out the winner's name, the MC adds a subtle shout-out for Becca. One of these singers just started recording this year. We wait. Finally, the television star says, and the winner is Becca Flintstone. The entire auditorium erupts in loud cheers and clapping. Becca sits stunned, her face full of disbelief. Becca, go! They called your name! Are you sure it's me? She looks shocked. It's you! I get up, take Becca's hand in mine, and urge her to her feet, then walk her to the stairs. A stage attendant takes Becca's hand and escorts her to the podium. She accepts the heavy silver statuette. Oh my God. I never expected this. The room erupts again. My cheers are the loudest as I stand at the foot of the stage, clapping wildly. Looking down at me, Becca grins, then starts giggling. Soon she remembers her speech. which I helped her to write earlier today. Becca gathers her emotions and stands tall. She is gorgeous in her burgundy gown, with one full-length sleeve and one bare arm. Her hair is perfect, as is her beautiful face. Whew! Before we got married, Hugo and I started working on my music. He helped me with vocal exercises. He also helped me to start writing my own music. I have to thank the love of 37,600 of my life for being there for me for the past year. Actually, more. We met during a tumultuous time in our lives. Got to know each other and, well, the rest is history. There are only 2 other award categories to be called. As soon as the show ends, we go home. I want my wife to myself. When we get home, I can't resist sweeping her into my arms as we go inside. She is laughing and holding her statuette across her torso with both arms. You know, I never thought I could be this happy. Becoming a recording artist and singer, winning my own awards and meeting Becca all rank right up there. But her own victory has made me even happier. Are you thirsty or hungry? I'd like a snack myself. I'll get it. Yeah, I am. A glass of soda and a slice of cake, please. She goes to the kitchen and I start getting the soda and the cake. She opens a bottle of water for herself. She places everything on a small tray and carefully brings them into the living room. Let me help you set that down. I take the tray from her and set it on the coffee table. I open her bottle of water and my soda. My love, I am so happy. Happier than I've ever been in my whole life. She grins and eats her slice of cake. Hugo, I need to tell you something. Her eyes are glowing, so I know it's good news. What is it? She sets her plate down and turns to look at me. One leg is on the sofa as she faces me. I'm pregnant. I'm silent for several long seconds, just letting the news soak in. What, you're having my baby? Grinning widely, Becca nods. I set my soda down before I break down. Tears are seriously building in my eyes because I am absolutely overjoyed. I begin crying. My happiness is so much more than I have ever felt before. I scoop the mother of my child into my arms. I'm going to be a dad. I'm practically screaming the words, too excited to contain myself. Still holding Becca in my arms, I pace with her. I'm going to be a dad. Becca starts laughing in happiness. Tears stream from her eyes as she laughs and holds her stomach. I don't let go of her yet, my mind still spinning. Is it possible to love her even more now that we're going to be parents? My mind shouts out, yes! Eventually, I tire out and return to the sofa, where I gently sit Becca down. You stay right there. I'm getting you a big glass of milk. We need to nourish this little bambino. In the kitchen, I take 2 large glasses out, then carefully set them down. My hands are trembling visibly from the emotion I'm feeling. I have to wait to get the milk out until the shaking passes. Unexpectedly, I begin to cry again. I've been fantasizing about our future children. And now it's really going to happen. Wiping my face dry, I get ready to pour the milk and cut 2 brownies for us. Becca comes into the kitchen. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? She sees the evidence of tears on my face. Love, I'm fine. I'm just really emotional right now. Hey, do you think that daddies-to-be can also suffer from the same kind of emotions that mommies-to-be do? Becca looks surprised. She opens, then closes her mouth. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Look at you. You're still leaking. I've also heard that fathers can experience morning sickness along with the mothers of their babies. Ew, that's no fun. I feel the tears coming back. I just can't seem to turn off the faucet. Grabbing some tissues, I swipe them over my face again and again. I sob and hold on to Becca, just awash in my emotions. She holds me tightly, gently soothing me. Shh, shh, shh. It's okay. We're both emo. Then Becca starts to cry as well. Seeing her tears, I grab tissues for her. At least we're a fit pair. For the next several minutes, we both cry, wiping our tears away and soaking a small mound of facial tissues. Finally, the waterworks stop. Whew, that was pretty intense, right? Becca's giggle is a little watery. Yeah, but I think we're allowed. I pour the glasses of milk and cut 2 large slices of the brownies sitting on our counter. You, my beautiful mommy-to-be, are entitled to chocolate. It's good for our emotions. Confused, Becca shoots me a look. Seriously? I think that's dark chocolate that has the health benefits. Well, see? Right there, dark chocolate. We both start giggling. Soon we stop. Again. And eat our sweet, milky snack. Oh, this was wonderful. Thank you for thinking of brownies with my milk. Becca leans back and looks at me. We are both exhausted. Before we go upstairs to bed, I rinse the plates and glasses and put them in the dishwasher. Come on, Mama, let's go upstairs. I take Becca's hand and slowly, we go upstairs. A few days later, Becca makes her first obstetric appointment. After hanging up, she sits down. We're in the music room working on our next albums. Looking at her, I see she's worried. Hey, sweetness, what's wrong? You look worried. I wonder, will I be a bad mother to our children? Look what happened to me. I ended up in state custody. Love, I have no doubt that you are going to be the best mother. You know why? Because of how loving and caring you are. It goes beyond being considerate of others. You really care about others. And that's going to extend to our children. I hope you're right. Becca sighs. Know what I'm thinking? I didn't have the best upbringing either. My mom was fantastic, but things were hard. I'm sure we can do things differently this time. Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe parenting classes would be a good idea. Becca looks at me, a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. Yeah, they might not be a bad. She claps her hand over her mouth and pops up from the chair. She runs out of the music room. I'm right behind her. Her morning sickness doesn't happen every day. But when it hits, she is miserable. She goes to her knees in front of the commode. She begins to retch. I'm right behind her, grabbing and wetting a cloth with cool water. I gently wipe it over the back of her neck and her forehead as she continues being sick. Finally, she stops. I help her get up. After these sessions, she's weak and shaky. I give her the glass of cool water, which she uses to rinse her mouth out. I wet the cloth again and place it on her forehead as she leans against me with a long sigh. When will this stop? Becca's voice is thick with tears. I don't know. Your appointment is at the end of this week, so we can ask the doctor then. Maybe she can suggest dietary changes which could help. Want to lie down? No. I'll just go to sleep. I'm sleepy all the time now. Yeah, I know. Remember Mash's wife? Mash is a member of my band. His real name is Steve Mash. She had morning sickness every day. I don't remember for sure, but I think they made changes to her diet that helped calm her stomach down. Yeah, I see where you're going. What did we have last night? We discussed this and make a few minor changes. While this is a bump in the road, we're still extremely happy.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 30. Rebecca. It starts as a twinge, a tightening low in my belly that wraps low around my waist and squeezes. The pain is sharp and quick, leaving me breathless. My knees buckle and I reach out, placing one hand on the kitchen table. The other hugs my burgeoning abdomen. Hugo? His name leaves my lips on a rush of air, so low even my own ears don't quite pick up the sound. He's in the studio, on the other side of the house. God only knows what montage of musical instruments is holding his attention. There's no way he'll hear me. Just as quickly as the pain started, it dissipates. I hesitate a moment before stretching upright. Rubbing both hands across the bump at my front, the rock-solid feel of it gives me pause. Is it really time? There are still 10 days to go before my due date, but I remember what my doctor said. Babies make their own agenda. They come when they're ready, regardless of whatever schedule the parents have planned. I stand there for a minute, concentrating on my breathing. In 2, 3, 4, out 2, 3, 4, repeat. When I'm certain the feeling has passed completely, I turn. I'm not positive if it was a false alarm or not, but the sudden urge to be near Hugo is nearly overwhelming. A tiny bit of fear drapes across my shoulders, and all I want is for Hugo to tell me everything will be all right. I waddle towards the hallway. Whoever said being pregnant was a beautiful experience never had swollen feet and 40 pounds of extra weight attached to their middle being pulled down by gravity. There have been days I don't even recognize this body I'm living in, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Hugo has been so supportive, showering me with attention, making sure I'm as comfortable as possible. I wouldn't want to do this without him, and I'm so very thankful I don't have to. I'm about halfway across the house when the pain starts again, this time harder and quicker than before. It hits me in a rush and I drop to the floor on hands and knees. I glance at the watch on my wrist. I'd forgotten to check the time with the first wave of pain, but it feels like only a few short minutes have passed. I need to get up. I need to get to Hugo. But now that I'm down, I'm not exactly sure how to get myself upright. My body doesn't feel steady enough for me to pull myself up on my own. The studio is still too far away for Hugo to hear me call his name. My mind is a jumbled mess, and I can't even remember where I left my phone. A laugh bubbles from my lips at the ridiculousness of the situation. Worst case scenario, I have the baby right here in the hallway on my own. No big deal, right? Just when I'm about to start crawling the rest of the way to the studio, Hugo comes around the corner, humming a soft melody. His eyes grow wide and panicked at the sight of me, abruptly cutting off the catchy rhythm. Any other day, he might see the humor in all this. Today, he nearly freaks out. "Rebecca, baby. Oh my God. Are you okay?" He rushes to my side and crouches down on the floor next to me, wrapping strong arms around my body. "Are you hurt? What happened? What can I do?" "I'm pretty sure I'm in labor," I pant. "I've had 2 contractions so far. I thought I could make it to the studio after the first one, but the second one hit me like a bullet train, and I couldn't keep myself upright." I giggle as a way to offer him comfort, but it comes out strained. "Can you stand? Let me help you up." His eyes bore into mine. The concern etched across his face is unmistakable. Wrapping one hand around my back and the other across my front, we're somehow able to get me standing upright once more. I suck in a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. "I think I'm—" The words cut off abruptly as another agonizing wave roils through me. My knees buckle, and I cling to Hugo as though I might drown if I let go. "It's okay, baby. I've got you. You're doing great. Breathe for me." I concentrate on breathing through the pain, pulling each breath in and releasing it out slowly. Hugo's stance never wavers. He remains solid and sure wrapped around me. "What time did the previous one start?" he asks when my body starts to relax. I forgot to look at the time for the first one, but the one before this was 2:47. "They're about 3 minutes apart then. We'd better get you to the hospital. Let me help you into the car first, and I'll come back in to grab the bag." Hugo guides me back down the hall and out through the garage door. He's so gentle and sweet as he ushers me into the front passenger seat. His lips are warm against mine as he leans in and presses a soft kiss against my own. I love you more than anything else in this life. Tears fill his eyes, and I smile up at him. My husband. The man who is soon to be the father of our child. I've never felt so whole and complete before. Maybe God really does answer prayers. He hurries back into the house, then jumps behind the wheel, and we're off. Before I know it, we're pulling up to the hospital. I'm swept through the automatic doors and placed in a bed in a private room in record time. The nurses and hospital staff fall all over themselves to accommodate us and make sure I'm as comfortable as possible. One of the perks of being a famous couple in the music industry. Generally, I wouldn't take advantage, but today seems like the one time it might actually be acceptable. The monitor next to the bed keeps up a steady rhythm of my heart. Hugo stands like a sentry next to me, leaning in close, hands wrapped warmly around one of my own. His constant contact, soft kisses, and whispered words of encouragement are like an anchor holding me in place. With every new contraction, he keeps me here, in this moment, so I don't go under from the pain. We're only there for a few hours when the contractions start rolling through me like a tsunami. It feels as though there's no space left to breathe in between each one. I squeeze Hugo's hand and grip my teeth. The pain is nearly unbearable. I think we're just about ready for you to start pushing, Rebecca, says Dr. Thompson as she steps through the door. I'm just going to check you out and see how far dilated you are. She puts on gloves and takes a seat near my legs. I turn to Hugo and meet his gaze as the doctor does her examination. He stares into my eyes with such intensity, it nearly steals my breath. You've got this, baby. I'm so proud of you, Rebecca. His words seep into my skin and give me the strength I need to crest the final hill. Good news. It's time to start pushing. With the next contraction, Rebecca, I want you to bear down and push as hard as you can, says the doctor. Okay, I reply. The doctor looks at the monitor. Ready? Push. Every muscle in my body tightens as I push with every last ounce of strength in me. The day has been so long, and I feel drained and weak, but a sudden burst of energy pulses through me knowing that our baby is almost here. I can see the head. Hugo's head snaps around, staring at the spot between my legs. Tears stream down my face. Oh, baby, I see it. Dark hair. Oh, man. Rebecca, this is... His words get lost in the emotion floating around us. One more big push, says the doctor. I push, and the sudden flood of release from my body leaves me empty and raw. It's a boy. A sharp cry splits the air. Hugo starts laughing through his tears. We have a son, he exclaims. I love you so much. His lips press to mine once more. My body feels drained in the most primal and heart-wrenching way, but I kiss him back with everything I have left in me. When we break apart, our baby boy is pressed against my chest, and the sudden contact envelops me with a sense of completion I never dreamed possible. This is it. This is our family. The one I've dreamed about longer than I can remember. The one I've prayed for my entire life. Our little angel, I say, brushing my fingers across his cheek. Our family. Our family, Hugo echoes my words. I stare down at this tiny human being we've created. Teeny fingers and toes. Soft mocha skin and a head full of dark curls. He's so beautiful, so perfect. I press my nose against his soft skin and breathe him in. If happiness had a scent, this would be it. I place feather-like kisses against his ear before looking back up at Hugo. Our eyes meet, and the pure, unbridled contentment I see there mirrors my own. I love you, I whisper. I love you right back, he smiles. His lips meet mine in a kiss so full of passion and love, I feel it in every cell of my body. Every nerve alights knowing he is mine. Knowing this is our family. knowing nothing and no one can ever take this from us. I send out a silent prayer of thanks, reveling in the sense of wholeness that pours from me. Epilogue. Rebecca. An ear-splitting cry pierces the air. My head feels as though it's in a vice. The past year has been both an answer to my prayers and a nonstop test of my sanity. Laundry is piled high on the couch. I've been trying to fold it for what seems like days. I don't even want to acknowledge the dishes overflowing in the sink. Hugo has offered, on multiple occasions, to hire a cleaning service, but I prefer to do it myself. Money is, of course, no option, but I'm not completely comfortable with strangers coming and going in the house. The constant rotation of bodies in and out of the studio is more than enough. I head down the hall to baby Oliver's room. It's quiet when I get to the door. Peeking in, I see his cherubic face staring out between the rungs of the crib. The grin that splits across his round cheeks when he sees me causes my heart to swell in my chest. A feeling of contentment washes over me, consuming every cell in my body. My baby boy is the most precious little angel I have ever seen. He reaches out tiny hands in my direction, his fingers gripping and ungripping in a give me fashion. I pick him up and swing him high into the air before bringing him back down and smothering his face with kisses. "Hello, my darling love," I singed out as his giggles echo in the air around us. "Did you have a nice nap?" He coos and gurgles in what almost sounds like real words. He's become more vocal over the last few months, and my heart can't wait to hear what his first words are going to be. Hugo and I both desperately want him to say, "Mama" or "Dada." Some of the sound guys in the studio even have bets going as to which one it will be. "It's going to be Mama, isn't it?" I whisper into Oliver's ear, cuddling him close to my chest as I walk back to the living room. "Mama, can you say Mama?" His dark eyes focus on my lips, and I can almost see his mind turning over the word as his lips pucker and relax. Setting him in his high chair, I buckle the belt between his chubby thighs and over his round belly. I place a handful of Cheerios on the tray, and his fingers immediately slam over the pile, scattering the tiny circles in all directions. A heavy sigh filters from my lips. One more mess to clean up. Moving back to the laundry, I keep up a running monologue with Oliver. Of course, he won't answer, but the more I talk to him, the more his own language skills will begin to develop. "And that's why Mommy will never be able to get anything done," I say. "But you are completely worth the distraction." "And you, my love, can be my distraction anytime you want to be." I startle at the deep voice behind me as strong arms wrap around my waist and Hugo's lips get lost in the crook of my neck. "You startled me," I scold, turning around in his arms. His lips claim mine in a soul-crushing kiss I feel all the way down to my toes. A soft moan sounds deep in my throat, and Hugo presses his body closer. Oliver squeals from his perch and Hugo pulls away, his eyes boring into mine. Brushing his thumb softly over the dark circles beneath one of my eyes, he places a soft kiss at my temple. "You look exhausted, love. It really wouldn't be a problem to hire someone to come in and help with this. You shouldn't have to do it all on your own. I can help, but my time is so wrapped up in the studio, and we need to get you back into the studio as well. It's been far too long since your beautiful voice has filled the space. I miss you being there with me." "I know," I sigh, on the verge of giving in. "I've just been so exhausted lately." He searches my face, concern etched across his brow. "Why don't we get away for a few days? Just the two of us." "But," he cuts off my objection. "We both love being parents. We know that. Lover our family is everything we've ever wanted. But we're both only human. We're completely worn out. We've been running on empty for months now. A short reprieve isn't selfish or asking for too much. It'll be just the right amount of time for us to recoup and rejuvenate so we can come back here, raring to go. I search his gaze, and I know he's right. I haven't had a moment of rest since Oliver was born. I've been running on fumes, and the sputtering only keeps getting louder. Okay, I smile. We can go away for a few days, and I know the perfect place. Hugo stares at me with a puzzled expression on his face. I pat his chest and laugh. You go back to work. I'll make the arrangements. He presses his lips to mine once more, letting his hands roam a bit too freely. I laugh again and give him a light shove towards the direction of the studio. Work. Go. Yes, ma'am. He grins, giving my ass one last squeeze before turning and sauntering away. I don't have Chantal or Katrina's numbers, but I'm desperate to show Hugo off to them. All of us married, happy. The club where we first met is the perfect place to come full circle. A quick internet search leads me to social media profiles for both of the ladies. I send them each off a quick message, asking if they'd be able to meet at the club this weekend. They both send back surprised and ecstatic responses almost immediately. I booked the hotel and the flight. Last-minute flights to Vegas are a ridiculous amount of money, but since I don't usually splurge on frivolous things, I don't feel guilty about the cost. Booking the sitter comes next, and then I move Oliver to his playpen so I can start packing. Strutting into the club in a sexy short corset dress, I feel alive in a way I haven't in months. Excitement buzzes through my body, in tune to the heavy staccato rhythm surging through the air. Hugo's hand is at my lower back as he keeps pace with me. This night couldn't be more perfect. I see Chantal and Katrina sitting at the bar, sipping frosty pink drinks. Their husbands stand next to them. Ladies, I squeal, raising my hands over my head and running in for a hug. Look at you. You look amazing, Katerina cries. And that ring, Chantal gushes, pulling my hand towards her face so she can get a closer look. This is my husband, Hugo. I take his hand and pull him closer. Both their eyes go wide at the sight of him. Everyone who's even a tiny bit familiar with what's topping the music charts knows who Hugo is. The look on Hugo's face is filled with confusion. I've never mentioned the girls to him before, and here I am behaving as though they're my best friend in the whole entire world. And really, with how strong the connection is between us, it feels like they are. We met at this same club a few years ago, I explain. We haven't really kept in touch, but we keep running into each other as if fate is trying to tell us something. I turn back to the girls. Ladies, we have got to exchange numbers this time so we can actually keep in touch. I want you both to be part of my life, not just a coincidental meeting every year or so. Of course, says Chantal. Absolutely, Katrina agrees enthusiastically. We take turns introducing our husbands. They all shake hands. I can even see a bit of star envy in the other husband's eyes as they exchange pleasantries with Hugo. Pride swells in my chest. I'm so very fortunate to have Hugo. For him to love me. For our family. For this perfect life I thought was only ever a dream. The gentlemen step off to the side and start talking about business, investment portfolios, the hardships of being rich and famous. The ladies and I tune them out. I'm so glad you reached out, says Chantal. I've thought about you both so many times in between our chance meetings. I always wonder how you're doing and what you're up to. Me too, Katerina chimes in. And I've been so worried about you, Rebecca, since the last time we saw you. You seemed so sad and lost. But now, just look at you. You look like $1,000,000, baby. I truly feel like it, I respond. Finding Hugo and having our son, Oliver, I've never felt so complete before. We absolutely know the feeling, they both say in unison. Like any other mom, I pull out my phone and show off pictures of baby Oliver. The ladies ooh and ah the perfect amount before sharing pictures of their own children. We all laugh, and the feeling of happiness and contentment wraps around our little group like a thick blanket. The three of us have all found our happy, the kind of happy that burrows into your soul and leaves you filled with a warmth that never burns out. The kind of happy that leaves you sated and full so that you're never left wanting for a single thing.